a solas, sin que me juzguen, con mis amigas cantando rolas. Que me aprecien, pero no tanto, quiero estar sola. Estar soltera, no disponible y siendo moda. Yo te quiero pero déjame, no me amas, eso se te ve. Y si sigues pues agárrate, que esta chica no la vuelva a ver. Yo te quiero pero déjame, no me amas, eso se te ve. Y si sigues pues agárrate, que esta chica no la vuelva a ver. Solo quiero ser no lo que quiera. Solo quiero ser no lo que quiera. Él me decía que esa falda era muy fea, porque sus celos nunca dejaron que fuera bella. Me controlaba todas las noches, noches en vela, con sus peleas, con mi persona y la botella. Yo te quiero pero déjame, no me amas, eso se te ve. Y si sigues pues agárrate, que esta chica no la vuelva a ver. Yo te quiero pero déjame, no me amas, eso se te ve. Y si sigues pues agárrate, que esta chica no la vuelva a ver. Solo quiero ser
Good everyone, welcome to round, we're up to now 15, here it is in Brazil, and it is proper wet. Wouldn't be surprised to see a couple of wet tyres out here in qualifying for Tier 3. My name's Jamie Conboy, good evening to you and welcome to your Sunday, and always a pleasure of course to be joined by Alexis Bowen.
Hello, Casey. Oh my lord, this rain is enticing me.
I was going to say, there's not many people who get more excited for rain than Bender, but you would be right up there inside the top 5. I hear you getting a little bit moist every time we get a bit of rain, so I do enjoy that. Hello to you, Jacob Weatherburn. Are you around?
Isn't this absolute spice?
Yes, sir.
Diebold's in chat already saying it's a wet quali and a wet race.
Oh, that is very, very spicy. Now, you see, JC, I love seeing a bit of rain, but most of the time it's provided I'm not driving in it.
I'm the other way around. I love driving in the rain, but I don't necessarily like spectating in the rain because I love watching side-by-side battles, and that doesn't tend to happen in the wet. I love driving in the rain, though, so you're not a big fan of driving in the wet?
Oh, it depends. There are some circumstances where I'll absolutely love driving in the wet. Other times it's a bit hit and miss. It all just depends on how much rain there is, what the conditions are set to be, how drivable the car is, sort of like that.
And we have full wet tyres on the car. We haven't seen the full wets much at all this season, so I'm not too sure how these tyres are going to behave.
They are all full wets too. There's no one bearing the intermediates at this stage. Of course, a lot of drivers still in the pit lane, but you would assume that they've already selected their tyre by now. So, yeah, it will be an interesting start to this qualifying session, Jacob.
Please tell me those drivers have their reserves filling in, or have we had 3 DNFs already?
I think there'll be reserves filling in, starting to dwindle in numbers a little bit as we enter the final stages of the season. So thank you, of course, to those fill-ins for jumping up and filling up the grid here. But yeah, they won't be qualifying. And apologies, we haven't got a lot of names tonight. We've got a couple of names we know. Bender and Radicia, of course, and Noiter 8, Mac Daddy, Donny Sadar, a couple of names that we know of. And then, of course, a couple of the fill-ins that we may not be totally across. The hamster's still asleep down there in Tasmania or something. So we're just going to get by with what we've got here at the moment. As Radicia in the Alfa Romeo has a crack at trying to wrestle this around on a wet lap. Let's jump on board and see how he's going. I'm all for... Sorry, Alex, you go.
Very nice close-up of the halo there, but looking now, it's very treacherous. I mean, you said we haven't seen the full wets much this season. You could say that for both in-game and also real life, couldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Qualifying was very interesting in real life in Brazil. Hey, Jacob, I've got a stat for you. You probably heard this over the last day or two. Kevin Magnussen now has more pole positions this season than Lewis Hamilton. Your thoughts?
I did read that this morning, yes. Didn't he get a perfectly timed red
2
flag?
seconds.
Radicia ends up in the infield there.
Apparently that's not invalid, though, just looking at the track map. So play on. Why not? How is that not invalid?
He was mowing the lawn.
He's going to finish the lap.
Back to that Haas on pole position, though. He just perfectly timed red flag and a bit of rain, but well done to Magnussen for having the pace to put the car up there in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely. It was some pretty good timing, but there was 9, I think 10 drivers or something that got a lap on the before the rain. So it's not like he was, gifted it. He still had put a good lap down, and he did. So yeah, good on him.
Yeah, it was outstanding, and I believe with Magnussen scoring pole, which was also Haas's first pole position in F1, that means the race tomorrow morning, our time in Brazil, will be the first race since Brazil 2014 that all teams on the grid have had at least 1 pole position in their lifetime.
Wow, that's a stat. Where are you pulling those sorts of stats from? Goodness me, I hope you got a couple more of those up your sleeve. That's very good quality from you.
Yes, well, you may also think, well, Brazil 2014, what about Caterham or Manor? Those 2 teams actually didn't race then because of monetary problems, which means you only had, 18 cars on the grid then, and all 18 cars on the grid then were all from teams that previously achieved pole position. So, yeah, it's rare that you get to see a stat like that in F1, but for the next few years, that will likely be the way it is.
Jacob, I don't know about you, but we've been blessed to have Alex in the commentary box this season. Your thoughts?
Absolutely. 100%.
Ridiculous knowledge base. Absolutely insane for someone under the age of 20 years to know things that happened more than 20 years ago. And I am...
It's 2014 more than 20 years ago.
I don't know, my maths isn't great. But look, you know a lot of stuff. I'm just trying to pump you up a little.
Well, let me say this though, not just a lot of stuff about F1, just about sport in general.
And politics
Alex,
and real life and stuff. He's more of an adult than we are.
Yeah,
Blows me away.
You see, it comes with researching a lot of useless topics.
Having a lot of spare time.
But talking about some not so useless topics, Bender is on the intermediates.
Ooh, big balls play. Bear among men also on the intermediates until he spun out and killed himself. So he's the first DNF of the evening. The intermediate's not working out for him, but look at that.
I believe Bear among men is actually Michael Gray.
Michael Gray, it is, yes.
So
And,
I wouldn't be surprised if
Bear is a reserve. Is he? You sure? Michael Gray, I thought Michael Gray was tier 3. Someone...
This is tier 3.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Diabol's are saying Bear among men's a reserve. I would tend to disagree.
Typically, he'd be in tier 2 reserving.
Oh,
so I'm
down.
assuming that he's jumped in here, and because he's not a normal reserve, he's had to retire in the pits.
Of course. All right. All right, then.
Play on.
How is Bender going? Let's see how these intermediates are tracking for him. He still hasn't got a time on the board, so we're not going to see a delta that's going to give us a good understanding of whether or not this is a quick time or not, until he comes across the line and we see exactly where he sits.
Well, you do have a few going on the intermediates now. Neuderate's going on the intermediates. Keelan Dryberg's going on to the intermediates. Donny Sadewa's going on to the intermediates.
Yeah, rain stopped.
Rain is easing.
Yeah, sun's poking its head out through the clouds in a couple of places, so whilst it was a wet start...
We're halfway through quali and only 6 drivers have managed to set a valid lap so far. Goes to show you just how wet it must have been out there.
Hello, Escofley! Escofley Sanfray, number 18, lives very close to Interlagos. So are you going to the Grand Prix this weekend? Did you go and watch any of the practice sessions of the sprint race or the qualifying or anything? Or are you going to the race tomorrow or... Is it tomorrow? I don't know. What time is it in Brazil? What time is it over there? Probably like midnight or something. So it probably would be tomorrow, wouldn't it?
Yeah, well, the race is actually about 12 hours away, so it'll be about 3 in the morning over there.
Goodness me, get some sleep, Scofield. Nah, I'm just kidding. Good to see you. Very happy to have you in here, as it is to see Mr. Peabody, who's said hello to myself, Alexis, and Jacob. Love you, Mr. Peabody. Love you, Glenn. Absolutely, every day of the week. Hello, E-Rad Jealous. Hey. Here's a task for you, Alex and Jacob. I want you to pick one driver that you don't want to curse tonight, and you're not allowed to say their name for the entirety of the stream. I'm giving Erad Jealous a pass tonight. Not going to say that Haas driver's name in full at all for the entire evening, and therefore I would expect a good result from said Erad Jealous. Is there any driver you'd like to select from Tier 3 or even Tier 2 and 1?
The driver currently on screen right now, some sort of name. I don't know, it's a little hard to read. Screen's a bit fuzzy.
How did he go on those intermediates? 120.2, not too shabby. He's up there in P5. Nice one. Is this a lap or is he coming in the pit lane here? Oh, he's going for one more.
Lap. This is looking solid.
Whoa!
There it is!
Hello!
Red flag, red flag!
Red flag, call it off. It's way too wet. They shouldn't be out there. This is dangerous. They're aquaplaning. Just call it off right now.
That is a very nice time by the driver, by the mysterious unnamed driver in the Alpine.
Who else we got out there on a lap? Keelan's already posted a pretty hot lap tonight, so we'll see how this one goes. He's 9/10 up. This is going to be a banger. This will be...
He posted that 19.5 on the wets. So Stafford Harris does an 18.9.
On the wets.
So yeah, still a bit of a weird crossover point here between pace. Keelan's about to go into an 18 mid. So it's a nice lap.
Inter is the tyre. Well,
Yep.
looks good. 18.4 there. Nearly 5 tenths quicker and Daffer Harris on the wet. So as Donny has a bit of a moment there. So looks like you said, JC, the crossover point probably hasn't happened yet. It's probably bang in the middle of which tyre do you want to pick.
Which makes that lap from Keelan Dryberg all the more impressive. And from Amu Anna, who's gone into the 17s. Don't worry about your low 19, Bender. Oh, he has improved by half a second. As I said, that has Bender, and gone to an 18.6. So he's got a handle on the wet. Well, we shouldn't be surprised that he's got a handle on the wet.
Who are you talking about?
I'm talking about Bender Rodriguez because I'm allowed to, because I'm not the one who's not cursing him. You're not allowed to call him by his name. You have to figure out something else. Donny Sadeh was improved by a second and a half, so time's absolutely plummeting here, which is good to see. Only the one Alfa Romeo tonight. Who's the other? It's Mike Dinaldi who is missing from the grid tonight. So the other Alfa Romeo not posting any times at the moment. Of course, Jesse McLean's still here. Mac Daddy in P9 at the moment. Radicia Gaswaro P8 and Donny Sadewa. They're the two main protagonists. We'll keep an eye on Amuana as the season comes to a close as well, who's Noiterate in the McLaren. But yeah, these times continue to tumble. Keelan Dryberg now with a 17.5.
6 minutes to go. Are we going to get down to the 16s? Is it going to dry out enough?
I mean, if it continues on this trajectory, I don't see why not. Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely still raining. It hasn't stopped completely, so Donny looks like he's backed out of that lap, or is he? Or maybe not. Half a second down, so he's not going to improve there.
Steam JC. Yeah, right. You want to do it now. We've got 5 minutes to go. What a joke. Yep, sure. Let's do it.
Sure.
Sure. No one commented on the pre-game music too, by the way. You two probably didn't hear it.
I missed out on that tonight. I'm normally a big fan of the pre-game music.
I put on some Latin essentials. So I didn't understand a word of it. It's all Spanish and Brazilian and stuff. But a couple of smooth little guitar pieces. All right, so just bear with me. We haven't got any images at the moment because I'm going to go get a Steam login and we'll get some names, which would be nice for the rest of the stream. So just bear with us. We'll be back in sort of 3 or 4 minutes. Enjoy this little siesta. What do we got going on this week? Where are we off to in ACC land? I don't even know where we are at the moment. I think it's Monza, isn't it? Ugh.
Yeah, I believe it is Monza, and I believe it is also the on Saturday the first race for the VRS Pro Series.
Indeed it is. You'll be lining up for that, won't you, Alex? Excited for that?
Yes, I am very excited for that, and do have a livery on the way. Hopefully can get that in on Wednesday and do a bit of online content with it. But yeah, I'm super excited to race the Pro Series. There's so many fast drivers in it. The competition is going to be absolutely insane.
What do you... Obviously, you've had a good look through the list of names that are participating. Where do you sort of sit in that? You sort of rated yourself somewhere amongst those drivers yet, or not?
Mid.
Mid is fine.
That's a clear answer.
Fair enough.
Well, I mean, you could take that in 2 different ways. Either I'm right in the middle of the pack, like around that 20th mark, around like, I think there's 40 drivers, so about 20th mark, or I'm right at the back, just making up spots.
Nah, you're top 12. I'm calling it.
Ooh, bold call. I think I was like 15th fastest driver in the qualification, but I really don't know what my pace is going to be like overall, just given how many fast drivers there are, especially ones coming into an OR series for the first time.
Monza is a GOAT track.
What?
It is fantastic.
What?
I love it.
You see, I'm driving the BMW, which, I mean, the BMW straight line speed is a bit not great, so I really don't know how it's going to go.
Oh, there's a lot of people out there that don't like Monza, but personally, in the Honda, for me, it is a rocket ship around there, and I love it.
So you'll be doing 46s by the end of the week, won't you?
Well, I did a 47.5 just before. I don't know. I don't think I have much more in it than that. I saw Bakita doing a 47.1.
Oh, wow.
So
Bakita things.
there is a possible 46 there for someone.
Right. So what's like what's a good Hymo time or a go setup time? What are they doing 46s? Or they're probably doing like low 46s, aren't they?
Let me have a look.
No
Figure it
idea.
out.
Personally, I'll be happy with anything under 49. Personally, I'll be happy to get out on track at this point. All right. Speaking of getting out on track, we've got some names. What a great tune, by the way. Absolutely no one in chat giving us any love for this Latin American setup. You know what? Get stuffed. I'm moving to Brazil. Good tunes. All right. Let's jump back in for the last couple of laps of qualifying where we have 1 minute and 30 to go. And apparently I've got no sound. That's good. Daffer Harrods 16-0s. And only in the 15s now from Daffer Harrods. On board with Amoana here, who's preparing an outlap at the moment. And David McNulty has been dropped to P10 by everyone else who has posted a lap. So, whilst he was on pole, it was short-lived. Yes, Jacob?
We said 16s, we're nearly in the bloody 15s. A 16 flat there for Daffer Harris.
Can we go any quicker? Can the track dry up? Can it evolve? Can we get a 14? What are we going to see? It's going to be one of those nights where qualifying is kind of last car across the line gets the best lap type setup, potentially.
Can we have a track map, please, so we can see?
You can have a bit of everything, just for you, only because you asked so nicely. There you go.
How kind of you.
So we're not going to get many cars across the line. I reckon this AlphaTauri on the main straight is probably going to be the last one to get over the start-finish line.
Gerald Chew goes bang with a 15.4. That's 6/10 quicker than anyone else. So that's a very quick time from fan favourite. And I think you're right. Ocean is the Mercedes who just came across the line. I reckon she just made it. It's either Daffer Harrods, apologies. It is Daffer Harrods going through the first sector there. So he's going to be... No, he's not going to be the last one because he is just invalidated in the S's. So there goes that lap. Gerald Chew was the AlphaTauri you were talking about currently with a 15.4. So he may try and find some improvement.
Keelan Dryberg missed him by 0.05. They're in second place. Keelan's just missed out on that.
Jesse McLean looks to be coming into the pit lane. I was going to say he's going to have a crack at improving, but no, he won't be. Moana coming around and is in 8th gear, so he's given it everything Amu's got. 16.1 at the moment. Goes on pole. 14.6. Did say that's very quick. That is as quick
Very
as
fast.
quick can be. Daff Arretz, we said, isn't going to improve. Ocean is on track and coming across the line. Improves to P8. Finds 7/10 from her lap. So nice work to Ocean. And that should just about be it. As we said, Daff Arretz isn't improving and that AlphaTauri is in the driveway. So I think that is it. Everyone has completed as many laps as they can. And the best we got was a 14.6. That's 8/10 quicker than Gerald Chew. And Keelan Dryberg not able to sneak in front of Gerald there. He's about 500ths away. And then everyone else doing 15s and 16s. So, interesting little session there in the wet. Started off with the full wet tyres and ended on the intermediates. And Amuana, the best of the bunch, with a 14.6. Hello, Nick Randall. Pleasure to have you in here, mate. What happened, Gerald Chew? It's the closest Gerald Chew's ever been to pole. Have you never had a pole position? That surprises me, Rapid Boy. Go and get one before the end of the season, if you would. A couple of races to go here, maybe 4 or 5, and I reckon you can snag one.
Give him the tier 1 pole position, you won't.
Just do a Magnussen, absolutely. Just fill in for tier 1, go pinch their pole position.
Yeah.
Who was Zachary Smith and Zekai Chew? Never heard of him. Gerald Chew, P1. Speaking of P1, Amuana, 14.6. Gerald Chew is P2. The closest he's ever been to pole position, and Keelan Dryberg and Joseph Tran on the second row. We had 10 drivers complete laps. And then you've got a couple of fill-ins down there who we're glad to see. Looking forward to getting underway for Tier 3.
Let's pray that it stays wet. I want to see the wet tyre on.
It is set to be a wet race. Diabolls did mention that earlier in chat. So we will see whether it's intermediates or wets.
Let us see it. What do we got? Oh, it's pretty heavy.
That is 100% full wets. No way is that anything less.
There's intermediates in the shed there. I don't know.
Okay.
It could be a bit of both. I reckon it could be a bit of both.
I reckon that if that's not full wets, then...
They're crazy?
No, it's realistic because it seems like real life F1 doesn't know what the full wets
Yeah.
are either.
Yeah, the full wets mean red flag, right?
Yeah. They should just replace the red flag with the full wets.
If it is full wets, someone in this field will take the gamble and put an intermediate tyre on, I guarantee it.
Hello, Reethy. Reese is the brother of Jesse McLean, and he reckons Jesse has said that the hards are the way to go.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
Definitely want to go on the hards.
You wouldn't do it.
I would. Chuck me in that lobby now, I'll put the hards on. I'll go out there and then crash likely after 2 seconds.
Hey, look out. Track Limits is in here just shouting. Hang on. I'm not having that sort of slander. I only read the first half of that sentence. And now...
I thank you, Track Limits, for coming to listen to myself, Yoda, and yeah, that other guy who's also in here.
I feel personally affronted. No, I'll take that as a compliment. Good to see you, mate. We have a lot of fun in here on Sunday nights. Myself, Yoda, and Alex. Of course, we've only got Alex for Tier 3 before she departs to prepare for Tier 1 because she's super quick. We'll have David Bender McNulty in here for Tier 2, and he'll help us recap his events here in Tier 3. And then in Tier 1, probably Tom Maloney, if I'm not mistaken. I believe that's who we're going to ring in for Tier 1.
Yep, that would be correct. Good old Tom Maloney's going to join us.
Love you, Matt Powell. He's always got my back, Matt Powell. Sometimes comes in with a little bit of sneaky shade that I'm not prepared for, but most of the time, Matty Powell's got my back.
Yeah, always have to have someone behind you. But it looks like everyone's on the intermediate, so no full wets, which means the game is in fact realistic, something I thought I'd never say in my whole entire life.
Have you seen Amoana's goldfish helmet?
Oh, that is... maybe the game's not as realistic as I thought.
Scarney pointed out to me last week, and now I can't unsee it. I don't think it was Amoana's that he pointed out because he commentated Tier 1 with me. So someone in Tier 1's got one as well.
Does anyone have the gritty podium celebration, though?
Looking forward to finding out. Let's go. We've got 36 laps in front of us here in Sao Paulo. Amoana in the McLaren gets a poor start. Gerald Chu gets off the line like a rocket. Looks like he's going to be the one to lead us up into Turn 1. Keelan Dryberg's jumped up into P2. Amoana's at a shocker, but is trying to fight back around the outside of Joseph Tran's Haas there. It looks like the two of them are going to sort it out before we get down the straight. So Amoana manages to hold on to P3, but a poor start from the pole sitter means he has dropped back down the field. Meanwhile, Radichika Swaro, Joseph Tran, Donny Tadeo are 4, 5, and 6. And it looks like everyone's got through really cleanly, which, of course, we do usually see in the wet races. A bit of survival mode means everyone gets through cleanly. Nice work. No yellow flags, no dramas. And on we go. Recapping, Gerald Chu up into P1, leads the race. And Keelan Dryberg has just tucked in behind him after both of them got past Amoana up into Turn 1. Amoana just got bogged down off the start-finish line and could not get that McLaren going, but managed to defend P3 from Joseph Tran through the first sector and now holds on to P3. Sector...
VSC, it looks like. We've got a Haas round there in Sector 2, re-going again now, so missing a front wing. So it's going to be a nice early pit stop there. It does look like we are only under VSC at the moment.
Xening will be crossing his fingers, hoping this VSC goes for a little while yet, because then he can hopefully get in the pits and get this wing off. But I think as soon as he enters the pit lane, this VSC will end, and he'll probably get shafted a little bit.
Let's pray that everyone can stay within their delta. No one's going to get that drive through for speeding under the VSC.
Let's see how these safety car restarts are. Of course, not a full safety car, but the VSC can play funny buggers. The deltas look like they're okay today. Everyone just floating along nicely. No one coming to a full stop due to the VSC delta, but we are still under VSC. And it looked like back there was a little bit of... Oh, there's always one. There's always one. There is two, yeah.
They got one as well. I don't know if surely that was a drive-through. Wouldn't have been a track limits one already.
Yep.
Bang and bang.
Through for... Yep. So as usual, the Delta decides to play funny buggers, and yep, you got two that have lost out. It always seems to be a bit weird in these sort of conditions. It goes really high, about 3 seconds plus in the green, and then in the corners it just drops dramatically.
Well, there's still 35 odd laps to go. Long time to be able to make that back up, so no reason to panic just yet. If I was these guys, I'd be getting it over and done with this lap. Give yourself as many laps as you possibly can to make it up.
And there's Raditya into the pits. Will Joseph Tran follow? Believe so, yes.
Yeah, it's a good option from those guys. Get it over and done with. Give yourself the whole race to catch back up. Anything can happen in these conditions. You see, the top three have sort of broken away from Daffa Harris already. He's 1.6 behind Amuana there. Who was that? Jesse McLean had a big moment coming out of the little S's there.
Whoa, Bender just having a little
Around the outside.
Apologies. No, I thought that was Bender up the inside, but it was actually Mark Ghost who was just having a little look up the inside of Bender, but Bender defended well and put that Alpine down on the apex, so no way through for Mark Ghost on that particular occasion, but it does drop them off the back of Ocean and Jesse McLean. What's happened back there to Mark Ghost?
King Itchy has just managed to really dive up the inside of Mark Ghost successfully and move up in the P9, moving very nicely.
No damage on either car, so nice move.
It's a beautiful move there. The top four have broken away. Donny's been left stranded a little bit. They're currently in P5. He's got a bit of a train of cars behind him. Look at Jesse McLean chasing down Ocean, Gerald Chu. No, Amuana's just beaten that. The guys are just going quicker and quicker.
Yeah, kind of handy that qualifying was in the wet, because that would be literally the only wet practice that these guys have had all week. So at least they got their eye in a little bit before we get into race here. And as I said, Jacobs, the time continuing to fall. So it hasn't taken them long. Yeah, what is wet? Who does that? Other than Bender, maybe. Doesn't practice in the dry, but probably practices in the wet just for fun. We'll have to ask him.
Bowles is asking, can we have some telemetry to check some ERS?
Oh, of course. All over that. Thank you, Diabolz.
It is a bit easier to handle your ERS in these sorts of conditions. In the dry, the ERS is just non-existent half the time. So hopefully drivers know how to handle it a bit better in these sorts of treacherous conditions.
Is this a low downforce track for the first sector, or are we running pretty high downforce for the middle sector, or what are we doing?
It's sort of like low to mid downforce. I think you're running about in the teens for the wings. But you just use so much ERS when you're sort of running on the straight, I guess. And coming out of the corners, because they're all very, very fast corners.
And it wouldn't be the worst track for getting that ERS back with that downforce setup, but it also probably wouldn't be the best. So, as you said...
Surely you would have added a few clicks to downforce for these conditions, though.
Yes, you likely would have added a few clicks, but you've also got to keep in mind that in the wet, you're not using the throttle nearly as much, so you're able to adapt it a bit better.
A nice little battle forming here for this top four. All trying to chase down Gerald Chu.
Yeah, he's had good pace out the gate, Gerald Chew, and posted a couple of purple laps, but they have been replied by Keelan Dryberg, Amuana, and Daffa Harritz. They've all shared the spoils of a purple lap at some point over the last 5 laps. Daffa Harritz currently holds the fastest lap, but is at the back of this train, so won't be improving on this particular lap as he's caught up to the back of Amuana here. But you're right, this is an interesting little battle forming up here between these 4, so it will be good watching. Especially if...
Daffa's going to have a look into turn 1 here. I don't know if he's going to be quite close enough. Looked like he had a bit of a run, but McLaren might have used a little bit more battery. Looks like he has a bit of a moment there on the curb at turn 1.
Yeah, further back we've just had an incident involving...
Oh my god.
Well, we had an incident involving Madness and Mark Ghost around that sort of second last corner, start of sector 3. And yeah, of course, those 2 had damage, wanted to come into the pits. Raditya didn't want to come into the pits, but was stuck on the inside of Mark Ghost.
I don't know how Raditya didn't end up in
Me
the
neither.
outside part of that straight there. That's unbelievable. I thought we were in for a lot of deaths.
Yep.
You caught that right at the right minute. Thankfully, it worked out for everybody.
I thought that was going to be a gigantic stack. So I'm glad we managed to avoid that and everyone got away with it pretty cleanly. Xening Chan's struggling here. Don't know if...
Definitely not the line through there.
They've just come in and put on new wings, so I don't think they're carrying any damage.
Got another yellow flag in sector 2. Who's that? Is that the...
It's Jesse McLean.
Jesse McLean. That is very unfortunate for him. Tell you what, I hate to curse him even more, but at the start of the season, this man looked like he was going to run away with the championship. Just the last 5 or 6 weeks, he just hasn't had any luck go his way. He's had a few little mistakes. And unfortunately, that's sending him a bit further and further back in the championship standings.
Well, you've got to remember that early on in the season when Jesse McLean was so dominant, that was when full traction control was still allowed in the series. Of course, once we found out that full traction control was maybe a bit more overpowered than it probably should have been and acted upon it, Jesse McLean's had to get used to running medium traction control. And yeah, he's had to adapt his driving style, which probably isn't the easiest thing to do mid-game when you're so used to driving something else.
Yeah. Probably not the ideal situation changing that rule mid-season, but that's just how broken it was. It had to happen. Especially for race starts, you could tell the drivers who were using full TC on race starts because they just got rocket ship starts every week, and it just became a genuine problem that had to be resolved. So, yeah,
Daffa's on here. Daffa's got a bit of a run on Amu here. Surely this lap's the lap. McLaren just looks very fast in a straight line, though.
I would not be surprised if Amuana is running lower downforce to account for any defense possibly needed, and so far Amuana has had to make a fair amount of it. As
who's that parked on the main straight there? Looks like it might be Michael Gray.
Yes, it is the Alpine of Michael Gray, who has spun around. Looks to have all the front wings still intact, though.
That's a weird spot to have spun, though, isn't it, Michael Gray? He's not anywhere near a corner. I mean, there is that slight bend, and I guess in the wet, maybe he's got up on the curb or something.
Yeah, curb, I reckon.
Either that, or he probably turned on his ERS mid-corner or something and gave it a little kicker wheel spin.
Yep.
Unfortunate for the Bear, who had himself, 40-something seconds of penalties last week. He was 2.5 laps down and had 40 seconds of penalties or something crazy, and he still brought it home and finished the race. So he was my driver of the day last week.
Jesse McLean rubs salt in the wounds and grabs our first 3-second penalty of this evening. So we're 8 laps in. Daffa Harris finally gets the move done on Amuano.
Or does he?
Try and stick it out there. That McLaren...
What?
Is just an absolute rocket ship in a straight line.
It looked like Daffa came off the throttle. He made that look so easy. What is going on in that McLaren?
Has Amuana just secretly found the best possible way of getting straight line speed?
Is it 0-0 wings?
It honestly could be 0-0 wings. I would not be surprised. Just
Tell you
based
what.
on how Daffer is so close through the corners.
52%.
Yeah, like, it has to be 0-0 wings, but yeah, look, Daffer gained so much through the corners, so I reckon Amuana is running 0-0 wings, but Daffer's going to have a go at the inside here. They side by side through this very, very tight section. You don't see a lot of racing through here, but Amuana holds on, but Daffer's got the exit speed going around the outside. He's going to try a switchback, but that puts you again onto the outside for this next corner. But he's got a bit of a run through here. Can he hold it around the outside again as Zenin Chang picks up 3 seconds and Amu's held on.
Daffer looks like here, like he's going to get the run, and then they get around this kink, and the McLaren just drives off into the distance.
Look at that.
He gets right under the wing at the last corner, and he's 4/10 back by the time they get to the first turn.
Spot on, Diabols. We love that sort of battling between our drivers. Amu and Daffer both giving each other enough space there as Daffer takes all the curb and some. It almost turns himself around. But spot on, Diabols. That was a very good little battle over the last lap or so, but it has cost them a significant amount of time to the front runners. They were all within a second of each other before. Now, Gerald Chu has put in a couple of good laps, really, and he's now a second and a half up the road from Keelan. But this battle between Amuana and Daffer Harrods means that they've also dropped more than a second behind each other. So that top four battle that was close before has kind of just petered out a little bit now as Amuana and Daffer Harrods get in each other's way and slow each other down. But yeah, great battle. Great stuff. Good stuff.
So being wet conditions, we obviously don't have that mandatory pit stop this race. Do these tyres last 36 laps?
No.
Do either of you have any idea?
No, they do not.
So
They last
will
about.
have to pit.
They will last about a bit over half the race.
Okay, so we are going to get some pit stops at some stage.
Yeah, if it was a 25% race, then yes, they would last. If they were full wet tyres, they could probably get close to the end, but intermediates do wear a bit more.
Daffer's surely getting frustrated, not able to get past this McLaren.
Yeah, he's just got to be clever, just got to be patient. He's obviously much quicker in the tight bendy stuff, especially in that second sector. So he's just got to be patient. There are a couple of spots you can pass if you are 4 or 5 tenths quicker in the second sector, but he's just got to find an opportunity. So first he'll have to close the gap again, which he hasn't had trouble doing over the course of the first 11 laps.
I would not be surprised if Daffer is screaming through his radio right now, GP2 engine, because that McLaren, it's just a rocket ship. Like, it is insane how quick it is compared to that Mercedes.
It didn't take them long to catch up to Keelan Dryberg either, who continues to fall off the back of Gerald Chu. So Gerald putting in some good laps, really good consistent stuff up the front from Gerald Chu. Keelan
Taking care
Dryberg.
of his tyres as well, I reckon. I just wonder if Keelan's maybe used a bit too much of his tyre trying to hold with Gerald Chu.
So Daffer's just got to be patient here, stay in the slipstream. The overtake's obviously not going to happen in a straight line. He's probably figured that out by now. So just use a bit of battery, stay in that slipstream, stay right up there with him. Gerald Chu putting in purple laps still, so he is going pretty quick at the moment. That's off to him up the front there, looking good, 12 laps down. Still a long way to go for Gerald Chu, and a pit stop as well by the sound of it, but good little first stint here from Gerald after he got a nice start off the line. Daffer here just again needs to tuck into the slipstream, enjoy a little toe, and then really start to hit these apexes in the middle sector, because this is where Amu is losing time. And if Daffer can get it close enough and get up under his grill a little bit through this double right-hander, that third right-hander might be his best shout, I would reckon. This one just up here, if he can get close enough over the next couple of laps. That'd be the one there, I reckon. If it's not that one, then it is the next right-hander, where he can just show his nose down the inside after he gets good exit out of this double left. But again, not close enough on this particular lap, so he has to keep searching. Just want to draw your eyes back to the great David McNulty. Not trying to curse this man by any means, but he is
2 seconds. Daffer's just gotten past Amuana.
Oh, no. I didn't miss that, did I?
Just got that move done into the last corner, but the speed of McLaren will be looking to have a crack back at turn 1, surely. Daffer has a bit of a moment there. That's going to lose him some time. Amoena's going to... Oh, Daffer didn't want to defend. Amoena's going to get it done before the braking zone. Daffer's just getting eaten alive down the straight by that McLaren.
Nathan Monks is actually pointing out something that we should take into account. Amo really isn't gaining on Keelan on the straight, so it could just be that Daffer is running abnormally high, accounting for possibly these wet conditions or wanting to, gain a lot of time in that second sector.
And that is absolutely why I love this track and tracks that have this sort of philosophy where you can set your car up for the high speed stuff or you can set your car up for the twisty stuff. There are sections on the track that have both. And I love this sort of battle. The battle between setups. Well spotted by Nathan Monks.
So Jesse McLean is in the pit. John in chat has asked, what has Jesse done? Well, the answer is, what hasn't he done? He's had a spin, he's grabbed a penalty. He's done about all there is to do in the first 13 laps.
Except crash.
Except crash.
That's a reverse curse. That's fine. Play on. He'll be alright.
I mean, you're mentioning what things that he had done. I thought I'd mentioned things he hadn't done. Oh.
Speaking of crash, Daffer nearly entered the infield there.
Not only did he nearly enter the infield, his correction almost made him go straight into the outside wall.
I was just going to say Keelan Dryberg had caught up to Gerald Chu, but then he instantly lost 3/10, I don't know, somewhere here in the first sector. He was 0.6 behind when they came through the final corner. And now it's 1.3, so he's obviously not had a great first corner there. He must have got a little sideways or something, but these four continuing to trade blows across the deltas. Gerald Chu seems to be pulling a gap every now and then, but then that gets closed. Daffer Harritt's the same with Amoana, keeps closing up behind him and almost getting moves done. But then, as you said, Jacob, Amu, an absolute weapon in a straight line, or at least much stronger than Daffer Harritt's is in a straight line. So these four, certainly in a class of their own. You have a look at the fastest laps here. They are the only cars in the 19s, and two of them with 19.6s. So they've got a really good handle on the pace. Everyone else doing sort of mid-20s and a couple of 21s toward the bottom. So these top four drivers really classy and in another league. We have our first retirement. Xening Chan has DNF'd, and we see a safety car as these top four drivers come around the final corner. The Delta's looking like they're playing a little bit of nastiness here. You can see the stricken Xening Chan. That's a weird spot to have DNF'd there, Xening. There's no corner there whatsoever, so I'm not sure how he's managed to DNF there. Can someone explain that to me?
I reckon it could be a similar thing to what happened to Michael Gray, but just with a bit more zest. Either that, or he's hit the grass on the outside there and spun around there with the lower grip.
Interesting. Well, that is the first DNF of the night. We are 15 laps down.
I'll say Ocean's decided not to pit, as I reckon every other car is going to take this opportunity to put on a fresh set of inters.
Who needs fresh inters anyways?
So unless Ocean thinks that this rain may be going to stop at some point, or it's just going to try and hang it out on these tyres.
My God, no grip at all, William C. Yeah, unlucky for Xening Chan there, who is the first DNF of the night. 40% throttle on the straight. It seems like it was on a straight there. I'm not sure exactly how you managed to spin there, but it was bound to happen to someone tonight. So, unfortunately, first one for you, Xening. Unlucky. Jesus, Ocean getting very close to the Aston Martin safety car here. Almost pushing it along there through the middle sector.
Just doing a typical Mercedes gyro thing of the safety car's going too slow, safety car's going too slow. But the safety car is obviously picked to do a set speed by Codemasters, despite the fact that speed is probably very, very incorrect.
What is it at the moment? What are they doing? About 106? Who's that?
Who's that?
Is that Bender?
Right inside there.
Bender's just totally missed the apex under safety car and still gets out in front of King Itchy there, but it was a weird one.
It looked like he might have had a little bit of a disconnect or something. That was very weird. Surely.
Ocean's now come into the pits, so possibly didn't want to do a double stack with Daffer Harritt's.
You're gonna lose more time now doing that extra lap.
Yeah. But the unnamed Alpine driver just having a little bit of a lapse in concentration, but did not lose a position for it, which is good to see.
We'll probably have 2 more laps or so under the safety car while we just wait for these back markers to catch up.
I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we see the safety car do this lap and then come in next lap, just based on where the Aston Martin of Madness is. Well, the safety car can go pretty slow through these sections, and we definitely know that it can choose to come in right before the pit lane. It has done that many a times this season.
Well, the safety car line is actually before the last corner, I believe.
Oh, it doesn't care about the safety car line.
It just chooses to whatever the hell it feels like it.
Yeah, because I think Imola last game, the safety car literally came in like on the last corner. So it does whatever the hell it wants.
As we've got a bit of a half time, this safety car's come pretty much just before 50% race distance. This allows these guys to just calm themselves down a bit.
Gave them the perfect opportunity to make pit stops as well, as most drivers now, in fact all drivers now, have made 1 pit stop. Currently Mark Ghost has the most worn tyres, of course having to come in earlier to fix front wing.
Oh, are we going to see chaos on this safety car restart?
Chaos is currently P1.
We are going to see him. Well spotted. I was going to say that. Nice work, Alex. Too fast. You're too sharp.
Too fast.
Take all my zingers. Very good. I am looking forward to seeing Jesse McLean in P8, see if he can reel in Donny Sadeo in P5. They were about half a lap behind, Jesse was. And now, with this safety car, has really closed the gap. Of course, Donny Sadeo and Jesse McLean still fighting for the championship with 5 rounds to go. It is still close at the top there, but Jesse does need to start cutting into that gap to Donny Sadeo. So, whilst it wasn't looking good for the first half of the race, it's now all coming up McLean. He does get a chance now to have a crack at Donny over this last half. He'll have to get past King Itchy and David McNulty first, which won't be an easy feat whatsoever. But with all the cars caught up now, probably a good chance of Burnt pulling into the pit lane. And we get underway again. Of course, these top 4 drivers, as we said, sort of in a class of their own during the first stint. But now, with everyone on fresh boots, we get a chance to see if anyone else wants to throw their hat in the ring and join in with their battle. Donny Sadeo will be first in line. And indeed, the safety car is coming in. Mark Ghost has just rejoined the session, so hopefully his tyres are still warm. Jinbin had one of those last week where he rejoined and got the warm tyres, which was lucky enough considering he was in the lead of the race at the time.
Nah, 0 degrees always. The Gerald has... he is not gone yet.
He's holding them all the way to the line. There is cars everywhere. We're going to be 3 wide with a lot of guys in the turn 1 here.
Immediate death. Joseph Tran, dead in the wall. These guys aren't under yellow, so they're entitled to keep battling, and it looks like Keelan's got him. Nice. Amuana as well sneaks through. So a complete reshuffle of the top 4. Gerald Chu not getting the safety car restart he so desired. Moves to P3. Daffer Harritt still in P4. But Amuana and Keelan Dryberg taking good advantage of the safety car restart. And it looks like Dapper Harris as well is going to sneak on through. So Gerald Chu not able to get the temp in the tyres.
I have a feeling Gerald waited way too... Does he have wing damage?
Either way, I think he waited way too long to go there. He allowed everybody to get up beside him, and they just buried him as soon as he tried to go.
Yeah, he just waited way too long and made it way too predictable when he was actually going to go. But yeah, he just looks like a boat at the moment.
Joseph Tran's an interesting case. That Haas decided to come into the pit lane, so it wasn't actually a DNF. I reckon he has chosen to retire in the 3rd sector, and the AI pulled him into the pit lane and retired him there. It's actually not a really bad result, but obviously you don't want a DNF in the middle of a race, so Joseph will get a little word from the stewards there, and we'll just find out exactly what happened as David McNulty joins in the battle for the top 4. He's going to try and have a crack at Gerald Chu here. He has got the inside line. Gerald breaks later. David tries to meet him at the apex, but doesn't quite get on the anchors efficiently, and Gerald does nicely to defend that position, so hangs on to P4 for now, but David McNulty, after moving past Donny Sadewa, has staked his claim here in these wet conditions. He's thriving at the moment.
Yeah, Gerald almost looks like the car doesn't have any damage by the looks of it, but he definitely looks to be struggling after the restart. Doesn't seem to have the pace that he had before that safety car period.
Well, something you should know about this track is you could probably call it a very flow sort of track. If you're not really feeling in it at the time that you do a lap, it can hurt your entire race. Of course, Gerald had very good flow early on, but then safety car comes in, absolutely kills it. So it basically puts everyone back at square one.
But Keelan Dryberg's scooped out to nearly 1.5 second lead.
But yeah, we are
Fastest lap of the race.
also noting that Gerald did really warm his tyres properly under safety car. Was worried about spinning out of the lead. So playing it way too cautious there, unfortunately, for fan favourite Gerald.
Donny has a little bit of a moment. Mark Ghost is having a look up the inside. He's going to get that move done. He's on 14 lap old inters at this time. And he has made up a bunch of positions since the safety car restart.
Legend.
Daffer grabs himself a 3-second penalty. That's our third one for tonight. Amu and Daffer resuming their race-long battle so far. This has been going on for 20 laps. And Daffer just has not been able to find a way past. He's going to be sick of staring at the back of this McLaren.
Well, I mean, he has gotten past once, but of course, Amu managed to get past again thanks to the straight line speed. But yeah, Daffer's just really got to try and get a move done as early as he can in Sector 2. Otherwise, he is not getting it.
That even with ERS on, that McLaren just drives away. Daffer still sets the fastest lap of the race, so it's not like he doesn't have pace in this car.
It's just not available to him in a long straight line where Amuano is pulling away, so it is an interesting tactical battle between those two. As you said, they have been joined at the hip all night long. So I am looking forward to seeing how that continues to evolve. But Keelan Dryberg just enjoying himself out the front now. Nearly a second up the road from Amuana and posting purples before they get pinched from him by the two who are following along. So doing nicely is Keelan. Gerald Chew's had a shocking restart, hasn't he? He's now 3.5 seconds back, and he's got Bender chasing him around here, putting a bit of implied pressure on him at the moment. Certainly not threatening the back of the AlphaTauri too menacingly, but he is hereabouts. And Bender himself has a nice little gap back to Mark Ghost after getting that one done earlier. Mark Ghost, of course, getting past Donny Sadea as well, which means that Donny Sadea and Jesse McLean now right behind each other as well. So that'll be one to watch as well, considering their championship implications. Madness not too far behind here either, so hopefully Madness keeps his nose out of it. Unless he does it cleanly, of course.
Up 6 positions, Madness. Started P15s, had a good race so far.
Tell you what, gave Gerald True a rib and said he was going too slow. He just put in a purple lap, so he's clearly not too bad. He's figured it out.
I say he was just giving him a head start to make it look good when he chases him down.
I like that. Chad move from Gerald True.
He likes it. He just wants to chase.
But it is nice to see that Alpine's self-driving technology is managing to do quite successfully, more successfully than the self-driving racing series Robo Race, the failed series that ended up starting a race and then immediately crashing into the wall at Silverstone. But yes, the self-driving technology at Alpine doing very nicely in P5.
22 laps down already. This race has gone relatively quickly.
I just love Alex's commitment to this.
He's not going to say, hey, Jesse, at
Wait.
the moment, another safety car. Who's DNF there? Nobody.
No one. I believe Raditya and Michael Gray came together, possibly.
Well, either way, a safety car has been called. So Gerald gets another shot at warming these tyres up and...
Safety car or VSC? It is a safety car.
The
Bird's
full
on track.
safety car, you can see it.
Yeah, what?
Full safety car for Codemaster's reasons, but we'll take it because it's going to set up a good finish.
Love me some Codemasters reasons.
Goodness me. Absolutely uncalled for, Burnt. You've done enough laps. Oh, whatever. Oh, well, Keelan comes up by him now.
So we have a little bit of breathing time now.
Yeah, spot on, Diabols. Keelan had built basically a 3.5 second gap and was looking really nice on brand new intermediates.
Yeah, Diabols in chat's called it. I said the race was going smoothly, and then Bert decides he wants to do a few more laps.
Yeah.
No. You're misquoting yourself. You said the race had gone fast, not smoothly.
Yeah, it was going too fast, so we had to slow it
Either
down a bit.
way, we're in for chaos for the remainder of this race.
He's currently P4.
Is he going to warm his tyres this time, KS? That's my question.
He's got it.
Hopefully.
He's got it. He's going P4 to P1 on the first turn.
Surely he's learnt his lesson from the previous safety car, and he will be trying to get some warmth into him. Bugger that. If you spin under safety car, whatever, it'll be worth it. No point losing. If you lose another 3 or 4 positions here and fall to P7, P8 on this safety car restart, no chance of a win or even a podium at that point. So
It does look like he's weaving around a little bit, so... reckon he's learned his lesson. Yes, there we go. There is definitely some weaving going on there. That is wonderful to see. Look at that. It's beautiful.
top quality weaving. All drivers behind following as well. Bender, interestingly, just very happy with the way his race is going, so not worrying too much about warming them up at this stage. Of course, we've still got a lot of cars catching up. Raditya, Michael Gray, King Ichi, those three still got a fair way to go before they manage to catch the back of this pack. So the safety car won't be coming in this lap. It'll be probably the next lap. But yeah, all these drivers just trying to generate a bit of heat. Don't want to get caught under safety car. Keelan Dryberg will have the opportunity to lead them away this time. And it was Keelan Dryberg and Amuana who got it absolutely perfect on the first safety car restart and got it done on Gerald Chew. So we'll have to see how they go on this particular occasion.
I reckon we'll see Keelan Dryberg maybe go a little earlier than Gerald Chew did on this restart.
I don't know. I wouldn't want to go any earlier than I had to with that McLaren behind me, because we've seen all night long that is an absolute weapon in a straight line, regardless of what everyone else's setups are doing. He's pretty bloody quick in a straight line, Amuana. So I wouldn't want to give him as much. I wouldn't want to give him any more than necessary. I'd be holding him up.
Yeah, but that's the thing. If you're able to go early and surprise Amuana, then you'll have enough gap, because did say that was it Nathan Monk said earlier that Amu wasn't gaining as much on Keelan as he was dropping Daffer Harrods, so it's likely that Daffer's just running a much higher downforce than the rest of them.
Personally, if I'm Keelan here, I'm going as early as I can, because I guarantee you that'll catch them all off guard after the way Gerald took them all the way to the line. No one will be expecting Keelan to just get on it out of the last turn.
Yeah, they'll all be quite cautious, I reckon, after the lateness of the restart by Gerald Chew. So I reckon we could see Keelan go rather early. Of course, the key thing is getting the wheel spin maintained, because you don't want to get a buttload of wheel spin just to get away quick, because all the wheel spin's going to do is spin you straight into the wall.
Hopefully Raditya can catch up here and we'll get back to some green flag running at the end of this lap. It was pretty much a 10 lap sprint to the end. Surely we wait for that word that the safety car will be coming in.
It'll likely come. It'll likely come a bit late because of the Alfa Romeo, but there it is, right at the sector mark.
All right, this will be interesting. Just going to jump on board with Amu. Keep an eye on what Keelan Dryberg does here.
Problem is, you can't go too early or you'll catch the safety car before the safety car actually gets into the pit lane. Looks like Keelan is going to hold them up.
As he's entitled to do, of course. No driver is permitted to overtake the car in front of them until they personally cross the start-finish straight. Keelan's done that pretty bloody well, really.
That was perfect.
Yeah,
Michael Gray.
outstanding. And look at Gerald.
Yo, that's deep from Amuana. And there's a couple. Oh, my God.
No! Looks like Raditya. Who's that? Donnie's around in the background. And Jesse. Looks like 10-second time penalty for exceeding track limits.
Oh, championship implications at the back of the field. Hello.
Donnie and Jesse look like they've come together there at turn 1.
Wow.
Oh
no. No amount of wing. Oh, David Bender McNulty's been cursed from Alex Bowen. No. I think he DNF'd.
I haven't mentioned his damn name.
Oh, no, it definitely wasn't. It wasn't your fault. It wasn't your fault at all.
May have hit the spinning Daffer Harris.
I think so.
You know, I'm blaming you, JC, for putting so much camera time on the man.
He was doing well. He's up in P5. I had to showcase his beauty. Oh, it was another safety car straight away.
Oh, because Raditya went off.
Oh, we got a safety car.
Deltas are playing funny buggers here.
The safety car's come out again straight away. That's the first time we've ever seen that happen.
Yeah, we haven't seen that before, have we?
So there must have been enough carnage on this opening lap that Bert's decided he has enough and they need to settle back down.
Christ. Well.
Jesse McLean and Donnie come together. Daffer's had a spin and taken out David McNulty by the looks of it. As everyone's back of the field, he is diving into the pit lane.
I reckon a lot of these drivers probably have a bit of damage because I don't think many people came out of that incident with Daffer spinning around very positively.
It was a pretty chaotic safety car restart. Another uncommon occurrence, really, in the wet, where you generally see the safety car restarts and everyone being in single file. They're usually pretty clean. So down to the turn 1, Amuana broke really deep and came under pressure from Gerald Chu and Daffer Harris. And then those three kind of went 3 wide almost until they hit the straight. And then by the time we got down to turn 4, Daffer unfortunately didn't get that one right. Put himself sideways across the track and Bender unfortunately had nowhere to go. Looks like Gerald Chu was the one who lost it and Bender ran into him. I don't think so. Gerald's up in P3.
It definitely wasn't Gerald Chu. It definitely wasn't Gerald Chu.
Gerald's still up there in P3. It was definitely Daffer that
it was
spun
Mercedes
around.
to Daffer, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was Daffer that spun around.
But can we just have a moment here to appreciate Madness, who is up 11 positions so far and finds himself in P4, who is just a ring in for tonight. He's possibly got a chance of a podium.
Very, very good result for the fill-in, if indeed he can pull that off. Still got Gerald Chu, Amuana and Keelan Dryberg in front of him, so it would be a big ask.
Now, I have a question. Do I have permission to mention his name now?
Yeah, well, the deed is done, so absolutely.
Okay, then I am not going to mention it. It's really unfortunate that Alpine's self-driver technology had to get absolutely sabotaged by a spinning Mercedes. It's really a shame.
Have you picked yours yet, Jacob Weatherburn, by the way? You're still waiting to see... You obviously don't want anyone in this tier. Are you going to have someone in Tier 2 or Tier 1, or are you still just biding your time?
I'm going to have a crack at someone in Tier 2.
Okay. Looking forward to that.
I'm obviously not saying their names. So.
No, we'll wait with bated breath. We'll get Bender to pick one out as well.
Jake in chat saying Jesse had a run on Donnie into turn 1 and Ocean sent it from light years back up the inside of both of them and caused all of that chaos. So, apologies for myself blaming Jesse McLean for that one.
Hashtag robbed. Absolutely, Bender. Really good performance from you, both in qualifying and the first 26 laps of this race. We were rooting for you up here.
Wait, was Bender in that race?
Of course, Alexis wasn't rooting for you in particular and didn't say your name for the entire stream because she didn't want to curse her Alpine teammate. So it had that spin had absolutely nothing to do with a curse from Alexis Bowen. She did very nicely to avoid saying your name for the entirety of the stream up until that point. But Jacob and I up here, we had a couple of little Alpine flags just getting ready to get them out. If you managed to scrounge a podium, we would have been very happy bringing you up and discussing that one in Tier 2. But unfortunately, it has been #robbed from you.
What's Keelan going to do this time? He's going to hold them again. There's a few drivers getting a bit. Yeah, be careful, Jared. You can't pass till the start-finish line. Keelan's gone.
I reckon he has passed him before the start-finish line.
Get out of it. That's a big no-no.
He had to
get out of it.
He had to give it back. Oh, and then Amu kind of squeezed him a bit there. Amu didn't.
That's fair because by the time that Joel tried for a move, he was already behind and Amu had already committed to the line.
All right.
Okay,
Well,
Madness, a little bit of a run on Gerald there, but he wasn't able to do anything with it. So we play on. Jesse McLean's having a look around the outside of his Williams teammate. Runs a little bit wide. He's not going to get it done there. Runs off the track.
And now here comes Donnie in the rearview mirror on the left-hand side. Oh, that's tight.
Oh.
They're still going at it. Jesse McLean holding the inside line, but Donnie around the outside. That turns into the inside for the next corner. And what a move.
Jesse's got the run here. He's going to send it up the inside. Donnie gives him room. Saw him coming. Jesse's going to have to give it up here. You don't want to be side by side out here. Looks like Donnie may have sealed that move now.
good stuff between the two of them, though. For anyone who's not aware, this is your battle for P1 and P2 in the championship, Donnie Sadea and Jesse McLean, and I'm sure they are very much aware of it. So, nice little battle there between the two of them. Jesse, I'm sure, won't be letting this one go too easy.
Well, he's definitely got a run here. He's dumped a lot of battery. He's going to have a look up the inside.
Nice.
He's going to get that done. Donnie's going to try and hang on, but Jesse will have the inside for turn 3, and he gets that move done.
Yeah, clean move there by Jesse McLean. These two are going to be battling all the way to the end, but you do have to keep in mind, Donnie has that 10-second penalty.
10 seconds, is it?
Yeah, he must have cut the corner pretty severely because he got it for exceeding track limits. He must have just cut turn 2 altogether.
Was that after the collision?
What is turn 2?
That was after the collision, though, so maybe gets reversed or removed or something if indeed that wasn't anything to do with him. So that's tricky to work out whether or not that 10 seconds will actually apply once the points and penalties get updated.
Ooh, interesting note from John. Jesse has a yellow front wing as it wasn't replaced in the pit stop because Codemasters does not like replacing wings.
Ugh. That hurts. That's a bit sucky. Hey, is that a Lando Norris helmet? Yes, it is. Let's go. Love that from you, Mark Ghost.
Very nice.
Someone else is on the Lando bandwagon.
Let's go.
I will say, out of all the driver logos, I reckon Lando's is probably the smartest.
Madness looked like he let King Itchy through there. So Aston Martin boys, P4 and P5. Good constructors points for them if they can keep these positions.
And these two are reserves, aren't they?
They both are, yes.
So that is outstanding work from the two Aston Martins.
So whoever normally drives the Aston Martins in this split is going to owe them a case of beer or something. Staffer Harris is having a look. Jesse grabs another 3-second penalty. That takes him to 6.
Oh.
There's 5 laps to go.
Be careful here.
5 laps to go, Jesse. We don't want any more of that, please. You've got 3 warnings in the bag now, so you should be able to reset your attitude a little bit. Just bring you home in P10 or P9. 6 seconds is quite the number in this sort of race. That's probably going to drop you to the back, unfortunately, but keep your head down.
I mean, it's not 44 seconds or whatever it was.
Bear among men, looking at you.
It's currently P7. So doing a solid race.
With only 3 seconds of
few
penalties.
issues.
Doing nicely.
It's had a few issues early on, but has managed to recover nicely as here comes Staffer on Madness around the outside at turn 1. Madness holds the inside line and holds that position for now. So it's going to be difficult for Daffer to get past. He's using a fair amount of his battery, trying everything.
Really wants to crawl back what he lost in that mistake. I think he was up there in P3, so he picked up a 3-second penalty. That takes him to 6 seconds as well. That's going to hurt.
That is going to be painful for the Mercedes driver.
Jesse McLean's got his Williams teammate Mark Ghost in front of him at the moment. And, of course, Mark just filling in the Williams. Usually have that chair filled up by Tom Maloney, who's not in the Williams tonight. So Jesse might be just asking Mark Ghost to very kindly jump out of the way and put himself between him and Donny Sadewa. Could be a little bit of Williams strategy coming to the fore there in the last couple of laps.
Look, a bit of a battle heating up here for P2. Gerald's right under the wing of Amuana, and King Itchy wants a piece of these guys as well, as Gerald looks like he was going to get close enough. Not quite there for turn 1. Amu runs a little bit deep there. Gerald's nearly out of battery though, so he's just got to try and stay in the slipstream.
Not going to be easy to stay in the slipstream with that McLaren though. So we'll see what Gerald can do during this middle sector, because that seems to be where Amu's most vulnerable.
But this is letting the Red Bull of Keelan Dryberg just drive away up front with only a handful of laps remaining.
And of course, Gerald does need to keep in mind King Itchy is right there.
That Aston Martin seems to have some pace. They've closed up quite a lot just in the first 2 sectors here of this lap.
Yeah, well, the whole field is caught up in pace. We were discussing before, Keelan Dryberg, Amuana, Gerald Chew, and Daffer Harritz were the only drivers in the 19s. Now everyone's in the 19s. So everyone has just found an extra click of pace in this second stint after the safety cars came and went. Those guys up the front, sort of 19.2, 19.3. So they found an extra 10th or 2. Here's Gerald Chew having a look around the outside of Amuana up alongside. He's going to have to hang it right around the outside, and both, it looks like a bit of contact there, and now everyone is just going to pile on in here. Could have obeyed yellow flags there a little bit better, I would have thought. Whoever it was flying through there would have lost a big chunk of front wing too. I believe that's King Itchy, who's going to have no nose now. He's really struggling for... He's got everyone lining up behind him now. They will know that he's pretty stricken. You can see he's got absolutely no control over that Aston Martin now, as he gave Gerald Chew a good old punting at turn 1 there. But Amuana's falling back through the field here too, so I don't know if Amu's got a bit of damage. There was a couple of cars involved. With only 3 laps to go, this is all coming up Keelan Dryberg now, who already had a nice gap and has now just watched everyone behind him smash into each other down into turn 1. And another little touch there from Daffer on Madness, who manages to catch his Aston Martin. Don't know if Daffer redressed there or couldn't get the traction down, but either way, Madness moves back up into P2 for now. Daffer Harritz P3.
This is honestly really scrappy driving from these drivers in the wet conditions. I know it's getting towards the end of this race, but you still need to keep in mind that you are racing with other people and not AI. You can't just absolutely destroy your opponents to win.
Yeah, Daffer, I think, got out of that and handed it back. He's got to remember that he has 6 seconds worth of penalties, so he's going to fall back through the field anyway. Madness is trying to hang in there for a P2, which would be a phenomenal effort, as I'm pretty sure he started P15.
Indeed he did.
Michael Gray up there in P4 as well. He wants a look at Daffer. Amuana's sitting back there in P5, possibly has a bit of wing damage after that contact with Gerald Chew. The entire field still really close together, so these guys with penalties are going to go sailing to the rear of the grid.
Will likely mean that Amuana will still get a podium unless there's some sort of post-race penalty that comes his way. And that front wing looks mostly intact.
Yeah, I'd say Amuana's going to get the P3, but that'll be for the stewards to decide. And as we come onto the final lap, Keelan Dryberg 6.5 seconds out in front. Still got a full battery of ERS.
Yeah, you can basically just cruise to the end from here. Does not need to push at all. And it looks like Daffer and Michael are just fighting a little bit, but Daffer's held on for now.
And just keep it clean for the final lap. If you've got no penalties, you're going to jump a bunch of positions.
Poor old Gerald Chu will be disappointed with these last couple of laps. Probably on for a podium here, and he's just sent one down the inside of Donny Sadewa there. Grabs himself 3 seconds for cutting the apex as well.
So too, Amuana.
Ooh, there goes that podium, Amuana. That's the last lap. Unlucky.
If Gerald didn't send that up the inside there, he would have been on from P7 all the way up to P3.
Yeah,
with all those penalties.
With all those penalties.
He has cost himself the podium there, and he's having a hell of a time hanging on to this car. Keelan Dryberg comes round, I suppose, the second to last corner. I don't know if these little kinks count as corners or not.
That's a good question. They're straight and flat in dry conditions, but you probably have to lift a little bit in the wet, so they probably can't count as corners in the wet. But anyway, Keelan Dryberg, ladies and gentlemen, 7.5 seconds up the road, has absolutely enjoyed himself out here tonight, especially in that second stint. Daffer Harris here nearly crosses the line in front of Madness, but even with the penalties, it was never going to count. So Madness picks up P2, coming from the back of the field, filling in tonight. Ocean is going to grab P3 on the board, but of course, as we discussed previously, there's a lot of drivers who will be getting a little visit from the stewards this week.
Mark Ghost and Gerald Chu crashed.
Oh no, on the last lap, Gerald Chu was DNF.
On the straight as well.
With Mark Ghost. So that's unfortunate. Not the way Gerald Chu's race wanted to end. He was on for a podium. He was really looking hot for a really good result. And then even after all that stuff down into turn one and the spin and the damage, as you said, Jacob, if he had avoided penalties on the last lap, he probably could have still pinched a podium, even from all the way back in P9. But unfortunately, it has come really unstuck for Gerald Chu towards the end of the evening for him. So unfortunate for Gerald, but really nice work from the Red Bull driver, Keelan Dryberg, who, as I said, just looked in a class of his own throughout the first stint. He only had Amuana and Daffer Harris and Gerald Chu for company in terms of pace. But then after the safety cars sorted themselves out and everyone got onto some fresh boots and a couple of other drivers found a bit of pace, he was still a class above the rest. So really good stuff in the wet tonight from Keelan Dryberg. Picks up yet another win this season. He's got 3 or 4 to his name now. Started from P3 and finished in P1. Keelan Dryberg for Red Bull is the winner of the Sao Paulo Grand Prix in Tier 3. Madness from P15, the fill-in, has gone bang and finished in P2. Really good result. And Ocean Colangelo is in P3 for now. But as chat rightly pointed out, there's going to be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 drivers, I reckon, who will have some penalties applied post-race. Ocean may or may not be one of those. So that podium, that last spot on the podium, up for grabs, I would suggest. Michael Gray, bear among men from P14 to P4. And Amuana in P5 after starting from pole. That rocket ship McLaren not quite doing it in the wet. A couple of DNFs towards the bottom. The most unlucky of those being David McNulty, but we'll have a chat to him in Tier 2 and find out exactly what happened there. But we reckon we've got a fair idea. Just a passenger as he arrived on the scene of that Turn 4 incident. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is indeed round 15 in the books for Tier 3. We do, of course, still have Tier 2 and Tier 1 coming at you. They won't be too far away. Alexis Bowen, thank you very much for joining us for Tier 3 and best of luck for Tier 1.
Thank you very much, JC. It's a pleasure, as always, to commentate these races, and I am looking forward to having my own spin at Brazil. Hopefully, you don't have to deal with the same conditions that Tier 3 had to. But all the best for the remaining commentary.
Yeah, I'm with you, mate. I hope Tier 1's dry. because I love watching Tier 1 boys and girls go about it side by side in the dry, and especially at this track. So very, very best of luck to you.
Thank you.
And to you, Jacob Weatherburn, we will reconvene in around about 8 minutes for Tier 2. Don't go far away.
Tengo a mi familia, que Dios me dio diamante vida. Mis manos rompiendo la liga. La meta la tenemos fija. Desde que tengo a mi familia, que Dios me dio diamante vida. Mis manos rompiendo la liga. La meta la tenemos fija, la tenemos fija. Eres la oficial, baby, no remix, yeah. Todas tus amigas, ese y mis migas. Todos necesitamos algún día ese feeling, yeah. Ay, sonríe tú, pero el feliz soy yo. Vete pa' que me bautices. Entre la luna y el sol, pegado siento calor, yeah, yeah. Como una historia pa' que me deslice. Y el deslizado soy yo, como haciendo el amor, yeah, yeah. Es que estoy puesto pa' ti, en la cama va a fluir. Lo que yo siento por ti, lo que tú sientes por mí, bebé. Es que estoy puesto pa' ti, en la cama va a fluir. Lo que yo siento por ti, lo que tú sientes por mí. Lo que quieres, que te caiga en la casa como FedEx. Rapidito pa' unos besos si te atreves. Y si caigo por la noche será de más, será de más. Fresco como mentor, te caliento como el sol. Baby, no te hago el favor, hacemos el amor. Eso es a puro vapor. Y es que se siente mejor si es penalti pedimos el bar. A lo Messi te meto ese gol. En la disco queremos perrear y a solas pues darnos calor. Down, 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 yeah. No se trata de frontear ni de decir que eres mía. Solo quiero disfrutar tu compañía noche y día. Down, 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 yeah, yeah, yeah. Baby, yeah. Es que estoy puesto por ti, en la cama va a fluir. Lo que yo siento por ti, lo que tú sientes por mí, bebé. Es que estoy puesto por ti, en la cama va a fluir. Lo que yo siento por ti, lo que tú sientes por mí. Entre la luna y el sol, pegado siento calor, yeah, yeah. Como una historia pa' que me deslices. Y el deslizado soy yo, como haciendo el amor, yeah, yeah. Es que estoy puesto por ti, en la cama va a fluir. Lo que yo siento por ti, lo que tú sientes por mí, bebé. Es que estoy puesto por ti, en la cama va a fluir. Lo que yo siento por ti, lo que tú sientes por mí.
Well, now I kind of hope it is raining. Because from what I can see here, David Bender McNulty is jumping into Tier 2. And he's going to have a second crack at it. Obviously disappointed with how Tier 3's race ended for him. When he was on for a really good result. Looking very tidy. Tucked away inside the top 5 with around about 10-15 laps to go. And then obviously ended prematurely. So he's going to have another crack here in Tier 2. So I hope he gets a little bit of moisture, at least. Filling the empty McLaren seat that's been vacant for a little over a month now. Franco been carrying that team by himself for a while. So good to see he's got David jumping in there to help him out. Looks like a nice full grid here in Tier 2. Not sure if we've got the full 20, but very, very healthy portion of drivers here tonight. Including all the big names. Nick Randell, Robert Wenzel, Ben Curtis, Corbin Hanna. They're all here. Taffer Harritt's here as well. He's going to have another crack at it. As is Michael Gray, also backing up. As is Keelan Dryberg, Tier 3 race winner. So a fair helping of Tier 3 drivers jumping up to have another crack at Tier 2 here. See if they can mix it with the Tier 2 fellas. Not far away now from getting the green light, jumping onto the grid for qualifying for Tier 2. I am seeing 21 slots. And of course, as a spectator, I'm number 21, which means we have 20 drivers here in Tier 2. First time we've seen that for a while. Should make for an interesting race start. Who else is here? Donny Sadewa also stepping up, having another crack. So plenty of Tier 3 drivers coming up. Good to see Luke Bannister here as well. Ralph Sandu as well. Second with no assist madness. Yes, sir. I appreciate that, mate. Great stuff. No assists in the wet. Very, very good effort from you. From the back of the grid, finish up there in P2, Jacob. Great effort.
Absolutely fantastic race there from P15 to P2. Not usually a regular in Tier 3 either, I don't believe, so that makes it all the much sweeter.
Absolutely. Tell us your story, Madness. Where you from? Where you been? How'd you come? Cotton Eye Joe, blah, blah, blah. Joining us for the last couple of weeks. Are you planning on stepping into Tier 3 for the rest of the season? What's the deal? Love to see that kind of performance over the next couple of weeks. As the green ticks light up the board and we head over into qualifying at Brazil.
Nice full grid. Hopefully we get some dry running in this session.
Yeah, I'm torn now. As I said, now that Bender's in here and he's going to back up and have another crack, I kind of want it to rain for him, but I'm not sure because I also want the dry. So maybe a dry qualifying, get the best out of Tier 2, and then maybe like a mixed condition race where he can start on the wets and then develop into intermediates and get some dries out. That's the ideal scenario, I reckon.
You're asking a lot from Codemaster.
I am asking a lot. Very specific.
It seems to only have wet or dry. There's not much in between.
What do we got? Murky and overcast, but dry for qualifying, at least for the start of qualifying here. It's a little bit overcast. 19 on the grid. I thought I counted 20, but I might have been mistaken. My apologies.
Still, it's lovely to see a nice full grid. That's what we want.
dry for quali and the race as well. Thank you for that, Michael Gray. You'll see a bunch of cars retire here. Donny Sadao, Keelan Dryberg, the first to have selected their setups and retired from the session. Daffer Harritz will join them, as will Michael Gray. And one or two others who are filling in here in Tier 2.
Who'd you pick for pole position?
Ooh. Ben Curtis hasn't had any pole positions, I don't think, this season. I think he's due, and he's had good. He's been a good shout in practice this week. As he goes out there and starts his outlap, I'm gonna throw Ben Curtis out there. I'm gonna say he will be the man to pick up pole position. Of course, a lot of drivers here really quick over one lap. Ben Curtis not necessarily the quickest over the one lap, but I reckon he's gonna pull one out tonight. Your thoughts?
I'm going the Haas. Ethan Small.
Ooh.
I want to see the Haas on for pole position. Either Haas. Ethan Small, Nick Randell, one of you do me a solid and put it into P1.
Nick Randell certainly not shy of pole position. He's had a couple. I believe he was on pole in Mexico, if I'm not mistaken, which wasn't too long ago, as well as a few others this season. So
we've currently been joined by Bender in commentary right here. Are you with us, Bender?
Yes, hello.
Hello.
Qualifying session. I'm not going to be in here during the race.
No, of course.
For qualifying, yeah.
No, I like it to sneak up here and say hello. Tell us about exactly what happened in Tier 3, because we kind of caught it. It looked like you just arrived on scene and unfortunately had nowhere to go.
Yeah, pretty much. There were two people battling in front of me. And perhaps not being in the best position on track in the wet conditions, crashed and then had nowhere to go. And everyone just piled in to me from behind and somehow I DNF'd.
Which is super unfortunate, mate, because you were on for a really good result. Probably a podium considering what happened in the last couple of laps as well. So your pace had been really strong in the wet and Jacob and I were most disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, I was pretty disappointed too. I mean, not just with quali. Starting 10th when didn't get any of my last couple of laps in. I didn't get to improve from the first run. And yeah, then it was just an uphill battle during the race. From there, obviously hard to overtake in the wet.
Well, you're sitting in the garage in the McLaren now, so I hope you've put on whatever bloody setup Amu Anna was running, because that thing was a rocket in a straight line in Tier 3.
Yeah, we did find it interesting, the different setups. There was a couple of running low wing and a couple running high wing. What were you running?
Well, I don't really know what everyone else is running. I think it was kind of a mix between the two.
Yep.
Sort of in between. I added a bit of wing start of the session when I saw it was going to be raining, but yeah.
I'm just going to say, it's currently Haas 1-2. Can we please stop qualifying?
So not only did you call Haas, you did say either of the Haases, so why not hedge your bets and go both? Is that a double payout? I'm almost double paying that. That's a great effort.
I haven't had much luck in comms this season.
That's a very good effort.
Just on the Haas very quickly, not to deviate too much from the action that's on, but I feel bad for Kevin Magnussen and Haas, because any other weekend there's no sprint race and you don't have another 20, 30 odd laps for people to actually pass you before you even start the race on Sunday. I think that's a joke personally, but
yeah, no, you can't take the pole position away from him. I'm sure he'd be very happy with that, but I think you're right, Bender. It is a disappointing way to lose all those positions.
That's Raj Sandhu. Has he just DNF'd as a?
Yeah, he's not supposed to be out there. Because he's filling in as reserve and he shouldn't be doing laps.
Oh, it must have been the other Alfa Romeo of Claire Tay then that's had a moment. We've got, 6 reserves so far, so this should be a good shout. 6 guys starting from the back who have all got good pace.
Good to see Bodie Mix just joined too, making this a full grid of 20 cars. Bodie, of course, has had some issues with his hardware over the last couple of weeks, so hopefully he's got that sorted. I think his brake pedal is the one that's been playing up most. So I do hope that he's got that all in order and he can get a good result here tonight. Bodie Mick, he's threatened a couple of good results this season. Hasn't been able to bring them home either through hardware or penalties or whatever. So, yeah, I'm getting behind Bodie Mick tonight. Still sitting in the pit lane at the moment. 12.5 minutes to go. He'll get out there and put a lap down at some point, I'm sure. Now, Michael Gray is going to qualify. He wasn't qualifying in Tier 3 because he filled down. So now he's up here. He gets to show us what kind of pace he's actually got across the one lap.
Not going to be this lap. He's down by a second there. Possibly he's out lap, getting himself ready to go.
He's got plenty of battery left, so hopefully he gets another chance to chuck it around here. He's the only car out there on a lap at the moment, so we'll stick with him.
Got a bunch of cars coming out of pit lane. Hopefully they get out of his way, including his Ferrari teammate.
Haas supremacy. Erad jealous, very happy with his Haas teammates currently occupying the top 2 spots. Very low 108 from Nick Randell there. Sorry, Bender, you're up.
I don't know if it's been mentioned, but the weather is dry for both sessions.
Yeah, indeed. It was... Who posted that in chat? Someone did. We got given the weather report, which I found a little disappointing. I kind of wanted to get the rain out again for you, seeing how strong you looked in Tier 3. But in saying that, never going to say no to a bit of dry running. Get the Tier 2 guys out there battling side by side, so I'm happy either way. It was a win-win for me. How are we going on this lap? Michael Gray comes across the line with around about a 109. He does improve, by not by very much, and doesn't move up any positions, so stays in P12 for now.
Oh.
Who's that parked on the inside there? Is that... It wasn't Michael, is it?
Michael
it was
Gray,
too.
yeah.
Okay, I thought he pulled off the track there.
The game must have automatically reset him to the track. It does that a few times around Brazil. It's pretty much the only track it really happens at.
That could have ended in all sorts of tears for Nick Randell, who currently has the purple lap. He came around turn 1 there, and there was a Ferrari parked on the road for him, so he had to kind of dodge that, which would have hurt his first sector time at least. And with a 108.2 already on the board, it would have taken some solid improvement to beat that. So I don't think necessarily... We'll see as he comes across the timing line as Andre McLeod beats him by a 10th with a 108.1. Yeah, Nick Randell is down by 0.03, so I reckon that did cost him a 10th or 2. That little incident with Michael Gray at turn 1. So let's see if he gets anything in the last sector. Doesn't find anything. So Andre McLeod now provisionally on pole. Bang, Ethan Small, as I say that, comes across and takes it back for the Haas team. Nice lap there from Ethan Small. Plenty of drivers out on track posting times now.
Getting very low into the 108s. We may dip into the 107s towards the end of quali. Momo here in the Ferrari. Currently sitting P6. At 2.5 tenths off P5, so he needs to find a little bit on this lap. See where he's sitting when he hits the timer here.
Capable of the pole position is Jai Eng. He can pull out a lap when he needs it. Less than a 10th improvement on this current lap, so unless he got a really good exit out of the last corner there, this isn't going to move him up any positions. We'll see how he goes. He does move up 1. He did find 2 tenths in the last corner, so not too shabby. 108.416 for Momo. Ben Curtis improves up to P6 with a 108.429. 13 thousandths separating those two drivers. Robert Wenzel challenging Ben Curtis for the championship at the moment. It is down to these two essentially with 4 or 5 races to go. It would take some DNFs from Suma and Ben Curtis to bring the other drivers back into it as they've fallen off the pace a little bit. But Suma here, 300ths behind Ethan Small as it stands at the moment. 3 drivers in the 108.1s. So really close up the top there. Not going to need to find much improvement to pinch pole position. And in fact, Claire Tay in P7 at the moment. And then needs to find 3/10 and he's on pole. So very close up the top, which is what we love to see. Ben Curtis is 8/10 down on his lap, so this is an in lap. He's not going to improve on that one. Who else is out here having a crack at it? Bodie Mick, potentially. No,
Jinbin's in chat saying that the in real life weather has gotten in the way for him being able to race in Tier 2 tonight. Unfortunately, the weather is not on his side.
Heavy rain. Heavy rain stopping you, Jinbin. Tell me about that. Is that an electrical issue, or I'm interested to know why the heavy rain would stop you from driving. It's a curious one.
It's causing his internet a bit of issues from what he was posting in Discord before.
Yeah, right.
Maybe his rig's outside. You don't know that.
Oh, it could be. That'd be pretty cool.
He might like to drive in the elements.
Maximum immersion. Yeah, I like that.
The top 3 separated by what, 0.05 of a second. So it's very, very close for the top 3 at the moment. Still 6 minutes to go. Darren Heather, another one that is definitely capable of a pole position. And again, only needs to find 3/10. Not going to be there.
Oh, yeah, a bit of a snap there. Means he's probably thrown that lap away, I would suggest. We'll stick with him here until he crosses the timing line, but I reckon he's not found any improvement. He's 3.5 seconds down now, so there goes that one.
Alexis in chat is begging Bender to stay in commentary while he drives in the race.
It's been coming. It's been coming for years. It surely has to happen at some point.
I wish there was a way to be in 2 Discord channels so Bender could still be in the race lobby and then mute us, but be able to talk to us, say, in like a safety car period or something.
Yep.
But that's probably all getting a bit too complicated for Discord and everything to be able to handle, but God, it would be incredible. Branko's coming around onto the straight. Has he got any improvement in him? He decides to pit, so obviously not. As Andre McLeod goes fastest with a 1:07.9.
First and only driver into the 107s as it stands for Torterra. Excellent lap. Very happy with that one. Not sure if he's got another set of softs to have one more crack at it, but there's certainly enough time left to get it into the pit lane. And, of course, only a short lap. He'll have time if he wants to keep going. And Nick Randall for Haas again returns fire. Andre McLeod did that on his last run, pinch pole position, and had it instantly taken away from him by a Haas. This time, Nick Randall is the one to sneak past with a 1:07.829. So trading blows between the Haas and the Alpine garages tonight. What are we doing out here, Claire Tate? Just waiting for the Ferrari of Michael Gray to pop on by there, I guess. It's a weird spot to have done it, but whatever. It is what it is. Surprised didn't get...
I reckon we'll see 2 more drivers in the 107s.
Right. You've just left the session. I don't know if you did that intentionally, but my screen said that you have just left the session, David McNulty. So I don't know whether you need to go sort out some technical issues or whether that was intentional. But I thought
my game crashed.
Right.
I wasn't even doing anything.
I thought I'd just let you know that.
Doing nothing.
I thought I'd just let you know so you could go and resolve whatever issues are occurring there.
Too long, mate. The game decided to kick you.
Yeah.
So, 3 minutes to go. Nick Randall, Andre McLeod, Ethan Small are your top 3. Not much between those top 4 drivers. Robert Wenzel currently the most likely to improve. He comes across and timing line said he improved by 1.5 seconds, but I don't think that was it. I think that was an outlap, so we'll stick around with him here, Suma. We'll see how he goes here on this, his final run Finds a 10th in the first sector and then finds the wall at turn 4. So that is not going to be an improvement from Robert Wenzel. Suma has binned it on his final run, so he stays with a 108.1. Speaking of staying, Andre McLeod has put the Q in the rack with a 107.922, so he's not going to have a chance to pinch pole position from the Haas of Nick Randell.
I'm surprised Robert Wenzel didn't lose any wheels there. That's definitely not the line from Momo there. He's had a bit of a snap.
I think he's just preparing an outlap, though, and might have just jumped out the way of... Who is that? Dale Beveridge, potentially? I'm not sure who that is. Yeah, the Williams there of Dale Beveridge. So just warming up and preparing for his final crack at it is Momo. Interestingly, both Haas drivers still in the pit lane, although one is coming out now. I don't know if there's enough time. There is enough time. There's a minute 30. So Ethan Small just popping out of the pit lane now. He's going to have one more crack at it. In fact, both Hasses out on track. It says Nick Randell's still in the pits, but he is definitely out on track, and as is Ethan Small. So both Haas drivers are going to have a crack at trying to snare pole here. Nick Randell currently holding that at the moment. Let's jump on board with Momo as he goes about his business on his final run. What's he got in him? Jinbin saying that without him, qualifying is competitive. A little bit of smoke up his own bum there a little bit, but I don't mind that from you, Jinbin. You have been in a class of your own here in Tier 2, so I'm actually looking forward to seeing you in Tier 1. Absolutely jump up there and qualify, see what your pace is like against the big boys. That's a very good shout.
That's counting all your chips on yourself, isn't it?
A little bit, but I don't mind it.
Sector 2. He's up by 1.6. It's not going to be enough to find P4, but it will be an improvement. As he can gain some time onto the straight here. Hugs it in nice and tight.
Oh, lost time.
Improve.
Lost a bunch of time in the last corner, and unfortunately, doesn't find enough. So
checkered flag is out. So Aaron Heather jumps up to P6. Claire Tay's going to stay P9. Kenneth Ang jumps himself all the way up to P3 on his final lap. Ben Curtis stays P8. It's only the two Huss boys left out on track. I'm not sure Momo will have enough ERS to get through another lap.
Momo was out of ERS at the end of the last lap. I think that's what caused the time loss.
Can Nick Randell improve on his time?
yes, he can.
He can. 107.5.
Whoa, rapid.
Small joining on the front row. No, he cannot. So P1 and P4 for Team Haas.
That's an insane lap from Nick Randell, though. 107.5. We were saying there was going to be a few who scraped into the 107s, and indeed only two drivers managing to get a 107. Nick Randell with a 107.5. That's incredible pace up here in Tier 2. That is really quick, as verified by Alexis Bowen. That is proper Tier 1 pace from Nick Randell, who's just really having a strong end to this season. Would be interesting to see where he is on the points table if we had those. He's probably not far away from P4 or P5, probably not within a chance of getting P1 in the championship, but has had a really strong end of this season. And here tonight, 4/10 up the road from Andre McLeod. Kenneth Ang there at the end, snuck into P3 with a tidy little 108.0. And Ethan Small completes the second row. As we so often see in Tier 2, just a second the gap all the way down to P12. That's generally around about where that second hides to, is around about P12. So once again, Tier 2 turning it on in qualifying. Ladies and gentlemen of chat, wish the best of luck to the great David Bender McNulty as he cracks into Tier 2 tonight.
Yes, thank you. Going to jump off. And Jacob, your prediction came true. Haas on pole. You must be thrilled with that.
I don't often get a decision right this season, so I'm happy with that one. I'll take that win.
Where are you going to finish, David, before you go?
Well, hopefully finish. That's the main thing.
Okay, all right, we'll pay that. That's fine. Good luck to you.
Thank you. Catch you next time.
And hopefully everyone in Tier 2 can stay out of Bender's way. I don't want any repeats of what happened in Tier 3 there. Thank you very much. I'm with Bender. I just want to see him come home. I'm going to say P14 for Bender. You've got one already tonight, Jacob. You want to have a crack at another one here? There's no double or nothing here. It's just a cumulative system, so you don't lose your Haas prediction. Just want you to have a little crack at where you think Bender will finish.
I'm saying top 10. I'm going P9.
P9, top 10
P9.
in Tier 2. Whoa, big call.
I reckon he gets there. I reckon there'll be some pens ahead of him, and he'll keep it clean. He'll get top 10.
Oh my God, Haas on pole in Brazil. Realistic F1 game. Yes, Grid Jokes. Love that. Yes, indeed. The only part that lacked realism was the other Haas is also up the front of the field. So they aren't bookending here in Tier 2. They are 1 and 4.
That was something, though. P1, P20 for Haas.
Yeah, you don't see that. I can't remember the last time we've seen anything like that.
I don't think you would have ever seen that.
Crazy set of circumstances that could only have been brought about by the weather. Hey, I tell you who will know is our great friend Alexis Bowen. Go and look that up or Google it or however it is you get all your information. Has there ever been a point in F1 history where two drivers from the same team have qualified at the start and the back of the field, the front and the back of the field? So P1 and P20 for Haas this weekend at Brazil. Has that ever happened before? As we get ready to get underway. 4 or 5 seconds left now until we get on the grid. Formation lap will be called out by Crofty tonight.
The formation lap gets underway and every driver will be
Alexis Bowen saying it's happened many times.
making sure that their car is ready for
Well,
the
if she
battle.
says it, must be true.
Yep, amen. Oh, different tyre strategy coming to the fore here too. Jacob Weatherburn, that always gets us a little bit moist up here. You got softs, hards, mediums. It's all happening out there.
No one can decide which tyre is best. Kenneth Ang, the first driver on the hard tyre. That will be interesting to start this race. Get ourselves set.
Nick Randell on pole. He's in the Haas at the front there. You've got Andre McLeod in the Alpine, keeping him company. And then Kenneth Ang and Ethan Small on the second row. So they will be the main challengers to the first Apex at Turn 1, which Jacob Weatherburn, I'm sure, is looking forward to calling you safely down towards.
Jesus, it's going to end in disaster now.
Yes!
As we wait for the red lights, we're at 3, 4, and 5. Being held for a long time. Finally underway. Andre McLeod on the inside there look to get a fantastic start, and he is going to lead us into turn 1. Ethan Small, Robert Wenzel's right up there into P3. There's a few 2 wides. Everyone seems to be there. Someone's cut turn 2. Nick Randell's managed to get back P1. Still side by side for a lot of guys trying to sort themselves out into P4, or into turn 4, sorry. Robert Wenzel up into P3. You got Nick Randell, Andre McLeod, Robert Wenzel, Kenneth Ang, Ethan Small, your top 5. The yellow flag in sector 2. That looks like Dylan Dryberg having an issue there. Joe Williams and Donny Sadewa.
Whoa!
Great start.
Claire Tay up the inside. That was from a mile away. I didn't quite catch that on the focus of the screen, but that was a mega send from Claire Tay. It might have been Claire Tay, or it might have been Raj Sandhu, one of the Alfa Romeos, because they're both close together. I'm not sure exactly which one it was, so my apologies to Claire if I got that one wrong, but that was a mega send. Look forward to watching that one back. But anyway, Nick Randell, as you said, got challenged by Andre McLeod, but managed to hang on to the lead of the race and is now 2nd half up the road. So a good start from Nick Randell. Robert Wenzel's done nicely here to tuck in behind Andre McLeod. Of course, these 3 on the medium tyres, and then Kenneth Hanks decided to start on the hards.
Bender's had a moment at turn 1, dropped him back down. Donny Sadewa's DNF'd.
First one of the night, very early.
Looks like he's gone into pits and DNF too. Hasn't done that on track, so he's decided to pack it in after one lap.
It's an interesting way to fill in for Tier 2. Just come in here and do a sight lap and then disappear. Fair enough for Donny Sudawa. Maybe had some family come in and change his plans or something on him.
The game's going to bring him out of pit lane, though, and park him somewhere on the track.
Oh, it's okay. Hopefully he just tucks away out of turn 1 there or something and doesn't cause too much trouble. There's a McLaren facing that is David Vander McNulty, who you said earlier had a few issues. And again here is sideways in the second sector. But crucially, it looks to have all his wing in place and will carry on. Back up the front, there is sector 1, 2, and 3 yellow flags. But it looks like these drivers, at least, are going to continue on at full pace as those yellow flags disappear. Nick Rendell's had a great start and is already a second and a half up the road from Andre McLeod, who finds himself under a little bit of pressure from Robert Wenzel and Kenneth Ang, as well as everyone else who's just tucked into a train behind them. Dale Beveridge here looking likely as he sticks it up the inside. Ethan Small got alongside, turned it in nicely, found the apex. Nice little move there from Dale Beveridge. Excellent. Up into P6 for the Williams man. Hello, Mrs. Tully. Good to see you in here on a Sunday evening. Hopefully staying out of mischief. Here supporting Bender in his second race of the evening. He was in Tier 3. Very wet proceedings in Tier 3. Bender enjoying himself in there until he unfortunately came across the scene of an incident. And by no fault of his own, DNF'd right there and then. So,
Bodie Mix had a bit of an issue in the middle sector.
Oh, speaking of issues.
Hey, finds the infield. Takes out some signage on his way through. Bodie Mick has DNF'd on track and we have a safety car.
Brody Mix out here. Oh no, he's about 2 or 3 corners away. No, it's the next two there. Yeah, he's still waiting to be caught by Joe Williams. We'll stay with Joe here because this is a
weird place to DNF. There's
isn't it?
Not much around there unless he's come up and gone very, very wide into the fence. But where he's currently parked out there just seems a bit odd to be DNFing out there. But anyway, we move on.
Yeah, I don't know if he's had a collision with another driver or it might be a case of pedals not working again and he's just sort of pulled off the road there because, as I said, that is an interesting place to have DNF'd for Bodie Mick.
Either way, we have our first safety car of this evening. That's going to undo all the hard work Nick Randell had done in the first 4 laps of this race. For those drivers that started on the soft tyre, going to get their pit stop out of the way, but they will struggle to go to the end on any tyre from here.
Burnt still sitting in the second sector there. He's come out of the pit lane and done half a dozen corners.
He's gone a long way there, hasn't he, to then wait for everyone.
And he's now just sitting there as David Bender McNulty goes past him. It's a weird spot to have sat. Anyway, a couple of cars popping into the pit lane here. Momo, one of those. I say there's a couple. There is literally only one of them. And Momo is the sole driver to have come into the pit lane and chucked on the hard tyres. So that is his mandatory pit stop complete for the evening. That is asking a lot of the hard tyre. Still 31 laps to go. So that'll be a fair stretch for them. Not to say that they won't make it, but they'll be struggling by the end. Ben Curtis has done the same. He's also on the soft tyre. Is my shift key not working for some reason? What's going on there? Anyway, that's weird. Use the other one. Lucky I got 2.
So you should have a spare on there somewhere.
That's fine. Sorted it out. Bender has also pitted onto the medium tyres, so he will definitely have to stop again, as those mediums will be squealing by the end of the 30 laps. There's a couple of drivers out there in the same boat. Claire Tay, we watched spin into the infield before the safety car, has also gone on the medium tyres. Michael Gray, Raj Sandhu, there's a couple of them down there.
Yeah, even if you went onto the hards, I don't think you'd get home from here. Asking over 30 laps of that hard tyre, I think, is just a little bit too much.
Well, Jin Bin seems to think that he's going to win the race with him.
Well, there you go. Wouldn't that be something?
I've marked those words, Jin Bin. I've put them into my little notebook here. Jin Bin reckons Momo wins it from P12 currently. Down 6 spots off the line. It is an early call. Sorry, Jacob.
Like you said, down 6 spots from where he started. He's got the pace, but he's going to have to forgo some of that pace to begin with because he's going to need those tyres to last 30 laps. Surely we will get the safety car in this lap. Hopefully these back 3 can catch up half a lap or so. Bert might just need to slow him down to 60.
Doing 180 at the moment, so he's certainly not waiting around. I think we might be doing one more lap based on where those 3 are. So everyone out here just keeping their tyres warm at this stage, just trying to keep some heat into them. So they do a little dance through the middle sector here, get their bums out of order and waggle their tails a little bit. Plenty of drivers already completing their pit stop. Bodie Mick not part of that. He didn't even get to complete any stops before he DNF'd. Donny Sadara, I don't think, completed a stop either. I think he just went into the pit lane. But Momo is at the front of the field in terms of drivers who have pitted. So that is one advantage that Jinbin has spotted and potentially formed part of his calculations. We are indeed going to do one more lap under safety car. The field has caught up now, but not in time for Burnt to get the lights off and pull into the pit lane. So we'll do one more, and then we'll get underway and start lap 8 of 36. No safety cars in Tier 3. Oh, no, we had one, didn't we, right towards the end. It was pretty clean right up until that point, and then as we see, it kind of got a little bit messy there towards the end, really.
What's Bender done in pit lane? Does he put the hards on?
Ooh. Soft.
What are you doing, Bender? Surely that's a pit error.
It's been jeffed.
Surely he did not just pit to get his mediums off and put softs on. I think he's been jeffed. He may have wanted the hards to go to the end.
Gerald's saying they had 3 safety cars. Hang on. Did they?
They did, yes. Tier 3 had 3.
3 full safety cars?
Yep.
I thought there was 2 VSCs and a safety car.
No, because we had those 2 safety cars, one after the other, remember?
Oh, they were almost instant, weren't they? We actually made mention of that at the time that we'd never seen it before, yeah.
It was on the first lap after the safety car. They managed to draw another one. But either way, we should be going in this lap, and we should be going green again. Nick Randell is going to have control of the field. We saw the guys in Tier 3 run them all the way to the line before they went. Nick Randell slows everybody down.
Bender's going to be an interesting watch case on those soft tyres. I want to see if he can come through the field, but for now, as you said, we'll stick with Andre McLeod here. As he waits patiently for Nick Randell to lead us away. Of course, Nick Randell not under any obligation to go until he sees fit, and he's done nicely there. He's caught Andre by surprise a little bit. Andre wasn't too scared. He wasn't too slow off the line, but he certainly lost a tenth or two.
Ethan Smalls jumped Dale Beveridge there into turn 1.
Words are hard.
Trying to say too many names at once.
Jail Deveridge.
Michael Gray grabs the 3-second penalty. First one of this evening for Tier 2. Keelan Dryberg up the inside of Daffer Harris.
There you go, Franco up the inside of Corbin Hanna. Might have been a bit of contact there. That is Daffer Harris dead. He's gone. He's out. So I think there was a bit of contact from behind. I think Daffer Harris just gave a little touch to Keelan Dryberg, and Keelan, you could see, get all crossed up and wiggled. Looks like Daffer Harris came off second best for sure.
That was brutal. That was a heavy hit into the wall for Daffer Harris there. Nick Randell's jumped out to nearly a second lead already. Dale Beveridge is having a bit of a moment.
Yeah, I think he's losing some frames or some packets here a little bit, is Dale Beveridge.
Williams is lucky to be pointing in the right direction still because he's all over the place.
Yeah, a couple of connection issues there for our friend Dale, so hopefully he gets that sorted out and doesn't cause any problems for anyone else or indeed himself. But no safety car was called after the Daffer Harrods DNF. We have seen safety cars for less tonight, let alone most of this season. He was very much one wheel off. But anyway, play on.
We're used to seeing safety cars for cars spinning out as we have a yellow flag in Sector 2. Who is that? Joe
Michael
Williams,
Gray?
maybe? No, Michael Gray, yes. Looks like he's still got all his bits and pieces.
Oh, what's happening up here?
Raj Sandhu and Corbin Hanna, it looks like, going at it. And Momo wants a piece of it as well on those hard tyres. I'm feeling Corbin's been mugged 2 positions there in a matter of corners. He's going to need to find his groove back because he's got Ben Curtis hot on his heels now as well.
Nice clean overtake so far here in Tier 2, and plenty of them. A lot of drivers very willing to go side by side and send it on each other, and mostly clean as well so far, which is good to see. Good stuff from Tier 2 here in Brazil. Just 5 rounds to go of what has been an awesome season. There's been some really good content. Speaking of content, is that Corbin Hanna going down the inside of Momo there? I think it was. Nice little move. Momo not willing to give that one up too easy. Says, hang on, Pingo, I'll try and send that one back down on Tier 4, on turn 4. Thank you very much. Pingo says, none of that. I've got the median tyres and therefore the superior grip, so I'm going to stick it around the outside here and try and defend this position.
They're still side by side. Wouldn't have thought you want to go side by side through there. Corbin's got the inside. Momo needs to give him room. He's going to hang it around, have the inside on the next corner.
Momo did really well there.
Claire Tay now up the inside of Corbin Hanna. Side by side with everybody through here. He's going to be mugged another position. Claire Tay must have made up a bunch of positions on that lap because the yellow flag somewhere. Who's that around?
Franco. We've just gone past him in the infield there. Yep.
It's unfortunate for the McLaren team. Some side-by-sides into turn 1 here. I thought they were going to make it 3 wide for a minute there. Claire Tay found a way past Momo. Some yellow flags happening.
Tell you what, Claire Tay and Momo just going at it here.
Huge moment there for Claire Tay. Invited Corbin Hanna back up the inside. These two went side by side for half a lap. Previous lap, Corbin thinks better of it this time round.
Yeah, good decision yielding that corner there, Corbin, because Claire Tay turned into the apex like he wasn't there. So I think Corbin maybe just predicting that Claire wasn't willing to give up that position and, yeah, just pulled out of that one, as you said, Jacob. And very, very clever work there from Corbin, meaning both of them get to continue on.
Here we are only on lap 11. No point forcing a move that's not there as Kenneth Eng makes his way up into P8. Robert Wenzel just jumped Andre McLeod for P2 as well.
Yeah, it's great stuff here in Tier 2. There is battles happening everywhere. Everywhere you point the camera, someone is side by side with someone else. And just about everywhere, there is something happening. Momo and Claire Tay are still going at it back here, by the way. As I try and point the camera at them. This is the second lap in a row they've gone side by side through this corner. This time, Momo manages to hang on to P10. Corbin Hanna just waiting patiently here to see if anything kicks off, and he'll head on through that way. But yeah, there is tiny, itsy-bitsy little deltas everywhere you look. Up in the top half of the field, as you said, Suma's gone past Torterra and is under pressure from Dale Beveridge. Keelan Dryberg not far behind the Berg. Keelan Dryberg not far behind Aaron Heatherberg. There you go. Are they even in the same tier? Why has that one not been used all season? I don't think they're in the same tier. Yeah, of course, Keelan just filling in.
Keelan's probably in tier 3.
We haven't had a chance for that one all season.
Keelan will have that DRS wide open. Not going to get it done in turn 1, but he will have the run down into turn 4 with DRS as well. Gets a good run out of here. Doesn't have a lot of battery left, but he'll have the 8 of DRS. He should be able to get this done up the inside. Break deep. Brandon's going to hang around the outside.
Oh, no, Berg.
Looked like Aaron kept it out of any walls, but he is going to drop a bunch of positions.
It was unfortunate because it was good defense. He put the car in the right places, but it looks like he just got on the throttle on that curb on the outside of turn 4, and it didn't cooperate. And unfortunately, lost all his traction and turned it around. So back down to P14 for Berg. Good pressure from Keelan Dryberg sees him move up into P6. So having a really good night. Clearly enjoys the track, Keelan Dryberg. Wet, dry, doesn't matter. He's having a really good showing here tonight.
But Nick Randell, 2.5 seconds clear out front. He is in a race of his own. So we've got another McLaren round in sector 2. It looks like David McNulty, his soft tyres may have had enough after 6 laps.
He just wants to finish. Don't care. As long as he doesn't DNF.
A little bit of contact there between Momo and Clerté into turn 1. They've managed to both stay pointing in the right direction. Momo's having a look up the inside. He should be able to get the move done this time. Clerté on 10 lap old mediums. They'll be starting to feel the pinch a little bit, I can imagine. Momo's on those hard tyres. This battling.
Oh.
Clerté looks up the inside. That's definitely throwing the nose up there. Nearly caught Momo off guard, but he's got the inside run for this corner. He's going to be able to maintain that position. Tell you what, Clerté just does not want to go away. Here come the rest of the field, banking up behind them.
Oh. That's pretty good driving from Clerté, it must be said, because whilst being aggressive, it's pretty much within the rules. Yes, there's a couple of sends, but by the time they get to the turn-in point, entitled to the corner, and Momo doing very nicely. These are very much two-person overtakes. So Momo just leaving the door open enough. This is going to be 3 wide. Corbin Anna's going to finally have a little play here. But these two are still side by side. So again, Corbin with no way through just has to be patient.
Bang!
Oh, Clerté, another one who just lost a bunch of traction on the curb. And Corbin Hanna not ready for it. Wonder if Corbin's got any wing damage. All the end plates look to be in place. So hopefully Corbin's escaped any damage there and this battle can continue. But just a small little mistake there after a couple of really nice passes from Clerté has seen Momo skip away by about a second.
For all that battling, Franco looked like he had a moment at turn 1 there in P15. This battle here for P9.
Yeah, it's pretty hot.
Seems to have sorted itself out. There's a little bit of gaps now. They've just calmed themselves down a little bit. But up here, the battle for 2, 3, and possibly 4. Dale Beveridge, don't count out Ethan Small in P5 either.
Tell you who this is looking really good for is Robert Wenzel. As he gets overtaken by Andre McLeod with a bit of DRS assistance, Robert Wenzel currently P3. Ben Curtis currently P12. Those two are your main championship protagonists at this point. With just 4 or 5 races to go, these two very, very close in the points. But with Ben Curtis down there in P12 at the moment, of course, still 20 laps to go in this one. But it's looking really good here for Suma. As, of course, we enter the final stages of this long and arduous season. Only the drivers who have shown up and put points on the board at every stage of this season are still in with a shot.
Let's see, Dale Beveridge wants to have a look at Robert Wenzel, but they're both going to have the DRS, so I'm not sure he'll be able to catch up as Wenzel decides to pit. So he's the first one to blink out of these top bunch.
15 lap old mediums. Wenzel P3 he was. Not sure who else is pitted. Ah, Keelan Dryberg's also pitted. Okay, I was wondering why Andre had skipped up to P2, but that'd be why. Keelan has also pitted, although he was behind that group, so I'm not sure. Anyway, hard to keep track of who's going to come out in front once those pit stops are completed, but those medium tyre runners look like they're just about to start their pit stop run. And Robert Wenzel, first of those to jump in. So out to P12 he comes, and into a bit of traffic too crucially. Oh, no, never mind. Timing board updates, and he's 7 seconds behind Aaron Heather, so he's got a fair bit of free track in front of him to play with. Dale Beveridge still lagging away up here. He looks like he's skipping across the screen a little bit, so whilst his connection is still constant enough that he can continue racing, he probably doesn't want to get into close battles with too many other drivers. Andre McLeod just dummying him there a little bit, potentially. Claire Tay, severe collision with Ben Curtis.
No, severe collision with the championship leader. That could have severe implications. We have a safety car.
Wow.
So that severe collision has been enough to warrant a safety car.
Ben Curtis is damaged.
The Haas drivers have decided to double stack in pit lane. That's going to be at least a good thing for Ben Curtis, who's going to be able to get in to change this front wing.
Yeah, Claire Tay follows Ben Curtis into the pit, so both drivers. Ethan Small disqualified. What?
He must have spun. He's spun as he's come out of the...
As he's left the pit lane, yeah.
He's released the limiter and spun, and it's the exact same thing happened to Bender in Baku, if I remember correctly. As a Ferrari's just jumped up the inside of him there.
Wow.
So, through no fault of his own, the game has automatically disqualified him for spinning in pit lane.
Come on now. That's unlucky for Ethan Small.
Once again, we see that happen. Unfortunately, in Brazil, unlike Baku, there's not really much room to be able to reverse to get out of the way either. So, spinning to block the pit lane, you'd be hard done to be able to undo that, even if the game didn't disqualify you. Dale Beveridge, 5 seconds for speeding in pit lane. It's all starting to kick off now.
Yeah, it's been a very interesting. Sorry, Jacob. Nah, we do it a lot. Got a knack for that. Must be a J thing.
Well, these boys just need to settle themselves down a little bit. That was a moment there by, was that Andre McLeod or
Dale Beveridge?
Dale Beveridge. Nelly found himself disqualified as well.
Nearly Ethan Small himself. Just drifted out the pit lane there. You're lucky to catch that one. He's done nicely, really.
Oh, I do feel for Ethan Small. He was sitting there in P5 looking very, very good for the remainder of the race. But the Brazil pit exit is very tricky because it does give you control of your car very, very early on in the pit exit. And you've got to get yourself out through all those S's and onto the straight. So it is very easy to lose your rear end through there.
Crucially, for all the supporters out there, David Bender McNulty continuing on. So he hasn't DNF'd yet. That's all he said. That was his prediction. He's going to finish the race. And I'm sure he's going to give it absolutely everything to do so. So still out there at the moment behind his McLaren teammate, Frank Frankfurt.
Nick Randell is still our leader after all of that. Raj Sandhu's found himself up into P4 though.
How are we going since the start? 12 spots, Raj Sandhu. Very nice. Keelan Dryberg from the back, of course, reserving from P4, up 14 from P20. Currently in P6. Corbin Anna's done nicely as well, up 4 spots. Not many drivers who've got green lights. There's plenty of reds, which means that the ones who do have green have benefited greatly. Joe Williams, the other driver, the only other driver, indeed, who's still out on track, who's gained positions since the start. Nick Randall, Andre McLeod, and Robert Wenzel have held firm and still in their qualifying positions, but everyone else having dropped a few.
We'll probably do one more lap under safety car. The back three should be able to catch up. Bender in P16 finds himself in the middle of the grid here. Looks like he's sitting behind Raj Sandhu. So he's going to have to get out of the way real quick once we resume racing.
Oh, track cuts under safety car. You never like to see that, bear among men. It happens more often than... Like, I don't understand how you manage that.
It happens way more often than it should, because you're driving bloody slowly, so I don't understand how you cut the corners. Just drive in the middle of the bloody track.
So it's happened where it's around about turn 7 there, where you run that double apex right-hander. I'd say he's run wide there, and it's very easily gives you a cut there. But again, as you said, they're travelling slowly. It's not like it's race pace. I just find it very odd when drivers get penalties for track cuts under safety car. Of course, all the other penalties, you know what, like speeding under safety, if it's VSC, happens all the time because the delta's crap. Like, that's fine. I don't mind that kind of stuff. Speeding in the pit lane, look, we've all done it. And, you know, you're pushing the limits of what is available to. Speeding in the pit lane, I can kind of understand. But track cuts under safety car just doesn't make any sense to me.
Gerald Chu pointing out in chat that we currently have a Haas in P1 and P20.
Oh, it's happening.
The omens. The omens.
There you go. Yeah, very well spotted.
We should be going green at the end of this lap.
So hopefully they've got their tyres warmed up this time. We saw some drama kick off in Tier 3 and a couple of drivers didn't have their tyres warmed up. Looking at you, Gerald Chew. Went from P1 to P4 quick smart. So hopefully the drivers here in Tier 2 have learnt that lesson and have done the necessary waggles and gotten their tyres in order as we get ready to get it underway again. Safety car is in this lap. It will be Nick Randall, Andre McLeod and Dale Beveridge leading the way.
Just in time for the safety car restart, Tom Maloney has joined us in commentary.
Hello everyone, how are we?
Tom Maloney.
Nice to be here to catch some of that Tier 2.
Yeah, mate. Very happy to have you on board. Let's we'll get to talking to you in a minute. The safety car's pulled away and we're getting underway again. Nick Randall this time getting a good start, but I think Andre McLeod was more ready for him than he was last time. Is that Raj Sandhu having a little play around the outside of Dale Beveridge? It is. But Dale Beveridge manages to hang on to P3, but the over-under and the superior tyre, you reckon Raj Sandhu's going to have a crack down here? I reckon he will. Down the inside. Thank you very much. Up into P3 goes the Sandhu man.
Dale Beveridge is not finished with it. He wants it back. Oh,
Whoa, no.
Oh, they've done well to stay pointing the right direction there. Side by side. Raj is going to have the inside line. He's going to be able to consolidate that move, get it done.
Dale picked up 3 seconds for his troubles there as well.
Yeah, Dale's been jumping around a bit as well with connection issues, so hopefully that might just be with us and not in server with everyone else.
Yeah, I think that may be what caused the little bit of rub and tug there between Raj and Dale. Probably not the greatest choice of words there, JC, but we can try again next time.
Rub and tug.
Sorry.
Michael Gray's had a moment in sector 3.
Poor old Michael Gray facing backwards. Not for the first time this race. Apologies to all the sensitive ears out there that might have just got a little bit of a wake-up call.
Those words didn't even make sense with what you were trying to say.
Half the words I say don't make sense, mate. I don't know.
Well, you clarify that a bit later.
Yeah, fair enough.
Somebody in chat, please clip that.
No, don't. It's not necessary.
I want that to live on forever.
Oh, goodness. What are we doing? Words are hard. But yeah, not my...
In
my strongest
P7, chasing down Keelan Dryberg.
Keelan's had a mighty day today.
Hasn't he ever?
Yeah, up 14. Raj Sandhu is up 13 as well, currently sitting in P3. But again, Nick Randall's got that inch of pace. He's been able to just get outside that DRS zone early on. DRS should be activated at the end of this lap. Raj Sandhu grabs the fastest lap of the race with a 10.9.
Yeah, there was a couple in a row there too, so the fresh tyres obviously playing a part in that. The no one on soft tyres out there at the moment. We have seen the softs a couple of times tonight. A couple of drivers started on the softs, and then Bender went on to the softs after his pit stop. Now on the hard type. But no softs out there at this point in time.
I love that Raj is up there in P3 and he's done a 2-stop so far.
Loves an extra stop, does Raj. Obviously using the safety car to his advantage.
Tate, P12, sitting behind Ben Curtis. Has already been in trouble once for a severe collision with Ben Curtis. Oh, and round he goes. Gets a wallop from Franco on the way past. And picks up another 5-second penalty. That happened last time. Well, he was parked in the middle of the track. Diabol's hit him. 5-second penalty. That's very unfortunate there as Kenneth Ang goes fastest. He's currently sitting in P8.
Unfortunately, Jamie's having some technical issues. We'll rely on his expertise to cure those. So you're just stuck with Jake Benai for the next couple of minutes as we follow Ben Curtis around. There's a bit of a DRS train going on here.
So yeah, Ben Curtis, our current championship leader, sitting in P11. He'll be wanting to try and get a few extra positions as Dale Beveridge grabs a 3-second penalty. Moving on, we're going to have a bit of a DRS train forming. Aaron Heather in P9's just dropped off the back of Momo.
This looks a bit spicy. Kenneth Ang's got the fastest lap at the moment, so he's got some pace. And he's on the better tyres of that sort of little group in front of him as well, so he'll be looking to make a move. We can see one going up ahead further.
Yeah, I'm not sure these hard tyres will hang on. I mean, they'll hang on to the end of the race. I don't know how good they'll be compared to the mediums.
You'd think the mediums, equivalent age mediums, would be worse off than the hards, because I think Raj, you'd expect P1 and P2 not to have to pit again. Really on the hards, they should do more than half a race, but mediums to do 18 laps will be definitely challenging for Raj to make that through to the end.
Yeah, you're probably right. He's probably going to get hunted down by Dale Beveridge and Robert Wenzel, maybe even Keelan Dryberg. They're all sitting on that hard tyre.
Although, as we saw in Tier 3, nothing like a late safety car to just equalise the field, throw it on the softs, see what we can do.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. We can never count out anything safety car. Nick Randell, though, 1.5 second lead so far. He's not being bothered by anyone at the moment. Andre McLeod's going to have Raj Sandhu on the back of him very soon. And then you've got a bit of a train all the way down to probably Robert Wenzel in P5.
Even Keelan's still sort of keeping in DRS, so he's not really falling off the back, I say that. Oh, no, he's still there. Cool.
If he's getting it, he's just managing to get it.
We see Joe Williams get past Corbin Hanna and Ben Curtis up to P9. So championship leaders making some moves, but again, you might have to make a pit stop towards the end of the race.
Yeah, he'll be on nearly 20 lap old mediums by the end of the race. It's Raj Sandhu is going to want to get a move done on Andre McLeod before these medium tyres start to fall off that cliff.
Plenty of battery in the tank because he has a bit of a wiggle. Is he using it?
He is using it. I'm surprised he's managed to still have 100% battery.
He's not using overtake at all. That might be why.
He might forgot that he's got an ERS button, or he might just be saving it for when those medium tyres start to drop off a cliff. So he's got that little extra pace in a straight line.
Interesting. Comms very faint. All right, thanks, Jet. We'll work on bringing that up a little bit.
Which comms in particular, Jen? Jacob usually pretty good most weeks, but I'll give him a little boost. Tom's generally pretty quiet, but I've only got him on 170, so I'll turn him up a little bit because we love Tom.
Thanks,
A little bit of extra boost for those two. I am back now. Apologies. Thank you for that. Let's recap what I've missed in the last 5 minutes. Any special moves?
Ben Curtis has come up into the top 10. Just talking about how those medium runners might be feeling a little bit sore and sorry for themselves as Frank Frankfurt, I think, has a bit of a whoopsie in the middle of Sector 2 there. But yeah, these medium runners might be starting to really struggle towards the end of the race if we don't have another safety car.
How about Nick Randall, who's just stormed away again with a 2.5 lead? He's looking really good up there. Andre McLeod also with a bit of a buffer. Well, I was going to say he had a bit of a buffer to Raj Sandhu, but I reckon he's just made an error because that gap has almost instantly closed. So I don't know whether Andre just had a little incident there at turn 1, but that has indeed brought Raj right up underneath his rear bumper here.
I think Raj has unfortunately not realised that he's allowed to use ERS because we're not seeing him use overtake at all.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Still sitting there with 90%, so I think he might be trying to just save it for the back end because he's got that DRS that's keeping him intact with Andre.
Yeah, Raj is a very experienced campaigner. He's been around for longer than the three of us put together, I'd assess. So he certainly knows what he's doing. Don't know whether that's potentially a visual glitch maybe, and we're not seeing battery. I don't know. Look, I'm not going to pretend like I know. But it is weird to see any driver up at 100%. You would think they'd give it a little bit of a squirt. Anyway, there you go. He's activated it now, that's for sure.
He's found the button. He wants to get the move done. He's decided this lap is the lap. He's going to have to go around the outside. Nick Randall goes fastest from the lead with a 10.7. Raj gets that move done, moves himself up into P2. Now he's just got to pray that those medium tyres can hang on.
And that Andre doesn't send it straight back up the inside of him on the back straight here.
How are they sanding now, by the way, Mrs. Tully? You've got Jacob Weatherburn and Tom Maloney in the box with you. Just want to know how their levels are. As we flick back here and have a look at Momo and Kenneth Ang going about their business with a bit of Max Verstappen, Lewis Hamilton action around the outside of turn 4 there. Both of them going pretty wide. In fact, Kenneth apparently with an illegal overtake has been asked by the Codemaster Lords to give that one back. So Momo up to P7. Kenneth down to P8.
Ben and Joe sitting behind him just waiting for another opportunity.
I'm going to give Tom everything I've got. He's up to 200%. I can't make him any louder. That's as much as I can do for you. He has got the best sounding voice out of the three of us too, so it might be just a case of... I'm not going to pretend like I know what the case is there. Circumstances up here point towards Dale Beveridge getting a move done on Robert Wenzel at some stage. Didn't quite get it done there up into turn 1. Hanging around the outside. Oh, hello. That was a bit better.
Cranked myself up a little bit.
Oh, hello. How is he now, Jan? Might even be a little bit too loud now, but that's fine. I can control that from my end. If you're too loud, that's better than too quiet. Who's that? Was that Keelan Dryberg around the outside just having a little visit?
Here we go.
Someone said before Keelan's having a ripper night. And indeed he is. Winning Tier 3. And now showing the Tier 2 boys what sort of pace he's got around Brazil here. He's up here in P6 from the back of the field, no less. Absolutely killing it in Brazil is Keelan Dryberg, having a great night.
Raj Sandhu up 14 positions as well, sitting in P2. So you pick between them two as for your driver of the day at the moment.
Well, you'd have to give it to Raj Sandhu very, very quietly, only because Keelan's got a couple of penalties. That's the only reason I give it to Raj at the moment.
One of those, you look at those positions there's a lot more red arrows than there are green arrows. So not a lot of races going to plan for some drivers tonight.
Ooh, Joe Williams trying to switch back there on Kenneth Ang. But turn 1, not the best place to get the switchback done because then there's literally no open track between turn 1 and turn 2. So, interesting move there from Joe. Didn't get it done anyway, but then around the outside of turn 4 here, he's going to go side by side with Kenneth Ang. And again, Kenneth managing to get the traction down out of the corner. Hangs on for now for P8, but Joe Williams looking very likely. And in fact, up the inside. Yes, sir. Not the first time we've seen a move there, but it is a very ambitious place to try and get one done. But Joe Williams says, thank you, sir. I'll have one of them. Up into P8. Nice work, hashtag.
Up 9 places himself, so a couple of good races from our sub-ins today.
Yeah, with 4 laps to go. Nick Rendell 2.5 seconds clear. Besides any calamitous error from him, this race should be his. But Ben Curtis here currently in P10. He's going to want to try and grab these two. Going side by side into turn 1.
Oh!
Oh, what? That was deep.
How the hell he managed to keep that out of Kenneth Ang's AlphaTauri, I will never know.
He's got a run on him here as well, even though Kenneth's got DRS. He's going to have a look up the inside. He's going to get that move done.
Phew, indeed. I thought that was going to be drama. But some good awareness from Kenneth Ang. He opened up the apex a little bit, and some good control of the brakes there as well from Ben Curtis. Didn't lock him up, didn't lose control of his Alpine. So both drivers driving very nicely to avoid a collision there. But it was a little bit hairy scary there for a little while.
Now, Kenneth's no time to relax because Corbin Hanna's right on the back of him as well. We'll follow Keelan and Dale in their pursuit of Robert Wenzel in the Aston Martin. And Andre's got past Raj as well.
And maybe those medium tyres are just starting to give Raj a bit of a hard time.
Yeah.
He's going to do his very best to just hang on to the back of Andre here. He's still got 50% battery, so he has dumped a lot of it to try and defend in the last couple of laps. But maybe those medium tyres are just a bit too far gone. 16 laps, they'd be starting to scream at him now, surely.
I spy our fastest lap attempt from Aaron Heather down there in 14th on the softs.
Yeah, well spotted. Plenty of open track in front of him too to have a crack at that one. What's he aiming for? A 1:10.7. He's done a 1:11.3 so far on mediums, so he's only got to find 6/10. And on low fuel with the soft tyres, you would put some milk on it that he's probably going to get that one done, Aaron Heather. So only 2 laps to go. No one else is going to have a crack. Oh, Claire Tay might have a little dip at it as well. Got the same moves on, the same boots.
On Bender. Do it as well.
No, I just want Bender to finish. I don't want him to. I don't want him to wring the neck out of that McLaren. I just want him to finish. So on the hard tyres, the mediums, or whatever he wants, just as long as he brings it across the line. That was his prediction before he left us here, and indeed, I reckon he's going to do it with just the 2 laps to go. Looking good.
Just Ben Curtis making his way past hashtag there. Championship leader, just having his usual quiet, consistent, get it done kind of race.
Yeah, he did need to get a couple of moves done too, because as we said, Robert Wenzel's done a pretty good. He's had a pretty good race here tonight. So up in P4 at the moment. Ben Curtis up into P8. That'll soften the blow a little bit. But 7 seconds the gap up to Momo in P7. And Momo with no penalties. So P8 probably the best that Ben Curtis will be capable of achieving here as Nick Rendell goes with another purple lap. Says, righto, you soft runners, that's your time to beat. As I head on to my final lap, 4 seconds up the road from Andre McLeod. After starting from pole position, this man has looked in another class tonight. As I said, he's having a very strong second half of this season. But even with the strength that he has demonstrated in the second half of the season, this is a performance that some might say is tier 1 worthy. He's looked really fast, Nick Randall. So another good points haul on the way for the Haas driver. Interesting to keep an eye on those soft runners as they come across the line. Aaron Heather about to come across the line now. What's he got in him? Obviously not enough for the purple lap, but he's got one more crack at it. But Nick Randall has finished all necessary corners. He has no more braking to do. He has dominated for 36 laps here in Sao Paulo and wins Tier 2. He sets the bar even higher for the soft runners as well on his way out. Andre McLeod's going to fall back through the field with an unserved penalty. Raj Sandhu's going to come home in P2. Claire Tay does get it with a 1:10.3. Just a tenth better. That's positively rapid from Nick Red. Is that indeed the case? 1:10.6. Only 3/10. Apologies. 3/10 slower than a soft runner on his last lap on hards, Nick Randall. He was flying this race, but Claire Tay does indeed pinch the purple lap right there at the end. Robert Wenzel will be very happy with P3, and he'll be even more happy to see that the penalties handed down to Andre McLeod sort of put Andre between himself and Ben Curtis, so a couple of extra points on the board in his fight for the championship lead. Ben Curtis stays in P8. And that was a cracker. We love that from you, Tier 2. One of the better ones we've had this season. Side-by-side battles, especially in that first stint. We had cars sideways everywhere. Sorry, side-by-side everywhere. Really good stuff, Tier 2. Clean, respectful, and just what we want from our Octane Online Racing Legends Series. Nick Randall, enjoy yourself today. Enjoy yourself today. Look at that dimple on his chin, by the way. Very handsome. Let's go on with the merry jig there.
That trophy.
Yeah, it's one of the bigger ones we've seen this season, isn't it? Yeah, a lot of the circuits have skinny trophies. A couple of them are small. That's a hua. That's a proper trophy, that one. Here in Brazil for Nick Randall. Very happy with his assets, as is Gunter Steiner up there. Goodness me, the scenes tonight if Magnussen somehow comes from P8 to win the race. Jacob Weatherburn, how was the top 10?
Loved it. Nick Randall, P1. I'm happy with that. We got Raj Sandhu in P2, Robert Wenzel P3, Andre McLeod P4, Momo P5, Keelan Dryberg P6, Dale Beveridge P7, Ben Curtis P8, Joe Williams P9, and Corbin Hanna rounds out your top 10. Some great stuff by Tier 2 there. Some great racing again. There's a few DNFs with Daffa Harris, Bodie Mick, Dottie Sadewa, and Ethan Small, unfortunately failing to finish this evening. But don't go far. We'll take ourselves a little break. We'll get ready for Tier 1 here in Brazil, and we will be back with you in around about 10 minutes. Yeah, 8 o'clock.
Yeah, even if you can't get Neil in, we can.
Si yo te traigo mi salsa
sé que te gusta. Yo 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 sé que te gusta.
No aconchego da areia, ele dorme a noite inteira. Não há o que duvidar, ali é seu lugar. Eu não te impeço de chorar. Pode perguntar. Onde é meu lugar? Tudo certo da correnteza aos pinguins na natureza, até a paciência que vem tão devagar. Eu não me canso de pensar que era com você, era meu lugar. No aconchego da areia, ele dorme a noite inteira. Não há o que duvidar, ali é seu lugar. Eu não te impeço de chorar. Pode perguntar. Onde é meu lugar? Tudo certo da correnteza aos pinguins na natureza, até a paciência que vem tão devagar. Eu não me canso de pensar que era com você, era meu lugar.
La verdad que pues me compré un Rolex. La plata no es felicidad, pero invierto en Forex. Me confundo quién amar, a quién mandarle flores. Yeah. Tener uno, tener más amores. estamos a 100. Un doctorado, los tonidades, yo en mi grande, es la que hay. Lo más que quiero es los saludos de mi madre. No le doy su ticket y no se repite. Dice que me la dan, al menos no quiten. Oh yeah, no los autorice. Oh yeah, desde que tengo a mi familia, paso bien. Que Dios me dio más de vida, paso bien. Mis panas rompiendo la liga, paso bien. La meta la tenemos fija, desde que tengo a mi familia, paso bien. Que Dios me dio más de vida, paso bien. Mis panas rompiendo la liga, paso bien. La meta la tenemos fija,
Hablan de plata, yo de niveles. Como el dicho, la verdad lo que más duele. Oh no, ¿cómo va? Baby, mucha envidia y no hace nada. Me dicen la loca por tener mis sueños, por negar que alguien vaya a ser mi dueño. Pero que me toca ser dueña lo mío. Déjenme sola si no quieren lío. Yo le doy su ticket y no se repite. Dicen que me la dan, al menos no quiten. Oh yeah, no los autorice. Oh yeah, la que tenga mi familia. Que Dios me dio ganas de vida. Mis panas rompiendo la liga. La meta la tenemos fija. La que tenga mi familia. Que Dios me dio ganas de vida. Mis panas rompiendo la liga. La meta la tenemos fija. La tenemos fija.
con sentimiento, eso es lo que siento. Esto no es la cima, ya se siente otro viento. Tómate el tiempo y si quieres yo te cuento cómo es vivir y no morir en el intento. Te enseño cómo invierto, solo apostar en lo que es 100% cierto. Ahora como lo que quiero, mi plata cubiertos. Y los míos comen aunque no tengan abiertos. El hambre ya está muerto. Yo le doy su ticket y no se repite. Dicen que me la dan, al menos no quiten. Oh yeah, no los autorice. Oh yeah, desde que tengo a mi familia.
Que Dios me dio ganas de vida.
Mis panas rompiendo la liga.
La meta la tenemos fija.
Desde que tengo a mi familia.
Que Dios me dio ganas de vida.
Mis panas rompiendo la liga.
La meta la tenemos fija. La tenemos fija.
Estoy loco por tocarte, pero no me atrevo a textearte. Tú solo bailas en mi mente, mi amor. No hay nadie más con que prefiera bailar, aguanta y baila. Como fuego iluminamos el cielo con nuestro amor. Aguanta y baila siempre. Baby, quiero nadar en tus palmas. No necesito sombra ni paraguas. Mi amor, me gusta cuando estamos ahí. Botella como será calentita. Y no tengo mucho que perder. Yo aguanta para mí. Yo te enseño, baby, todo lo que te mereces, mami. No hay nadie más con que prefiera bailar. Aguanta y bailar. Cuando agarro tu cuerpo nunca lo suelto. Encima de mi baby siempre te siento. Siempre te siento. Siento. No hay nadie más con que prefiera bailar. Aguanta y baila. Como fuego iluminamos el cielo con nuestro amor. Aguanta y baila siempre. Y ya llegó el momento de dejarte. Siempre me duele cuando estamos aparte.
Beautiful.
Hey. Oh, the stream didn't hear me speaking Spanish because I forgot to turn that back on, but that's all good. Zachary Smith and Zico Achu both present, which is good to see. Ben Curtis backing it up here. Gerald Chu having a crack up here in turn 1 as well. And Jin Bin Chong also on track now. Surely we'll let Jin Bin have a crack at qualifying here. I'm not sure whether he's filling in here because he's generally tier 2, but I don't know if he raced in tier 2. So does that mean, therefore, he gets to have a crack as a reserve in tier 1? Let him qualify.
I reckon you keep that for a last race. Fucking all rules out the window. See what can happen.
Wouldn't mind a bit of that. Where are we going for the last race? China, isn't it? Well, it's going to be
China, yes.
You gonna participate in that one? That's a great track.
I'm not so much a fan of it.
Wow.
It's just not really my. It's one of those tracks where like Jacob and Silverstone, where just the pace isn't there for me.
Yeah, right. Just never came to you. I love that first corner, but consistently closing radius first corner.
It's great fun, but you've got to really back everyone else around you to do the right thing as well.
Yeah, absolutely. She's a trust corner for sure. Going into battle in there.
Quali started for tier 1, and we're a minute in, and no one has left the garage yet. You love to see it. Yep, here we go. We've got an Aston Martin out.
Jin Bin has retired. That's disappointing. I wanted to see what the great Jin Bin could produce in qualifying here in tier 1. Just around about where he shake. I thought he was going to land around about a tier, like a P8, P9, somewhere around there, which would be very handy in tier 1. So I think he gets bumped up next season for sure.
Any idea what pace we're expecting from the real front-running lads?
No, I don't. But obviously with the Nick Randall, what a pole lap he put down. Very happy with the Haas supremacy as well. Nice work to you, Nick Randall, for your win in tier 2. 107.5 from Nick Randall in tier 2. But he was 4/10 clear of anyone else. So I'd suggest that that's a pretty rapid time. 107... Oh, do I go 106? Nah, I don't. I'm not ballsy enough to go with a 106.
I'm going for it. 106.8.
106.8. Wow. Don't even worry about your 106.9s. Just straight into a 106.8 from Tom Maloney. I'm going to say 107.1. And Jacob Weatherburn would have said 107 flat. After
I
hearing...
said a 105.4. Just really...
105.4. This is tier 1, Jinbin. You're in with the big boys now, mate. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about your tier 3 business. That has been done and dusted and put back in the cupboard. Tier 3 was very moist tonight and a very good watch. Very entertaining. So, yeah, you're up in tier 1 now, mate. This is as high as it gets. This is the best drivers in AP. All congregate here in tier 1.
Follow Kyle Jackson. Set us with the lap time. Into turn 1. Gets that tucked in nicely. Cuts the curb on turn 2 nicely and just launches himself down turn 3 onto the back straight.
It's only a short little back straight down here, only just touching 8th gear. Using all the exit curb available to him. Interested to see whether he stays in 6th here or drops to 5th on the second apex. He stays 6th, so that is very quick through there. Then hard on the anchors. And again, 2nd here or 3rd. 3rd into 4th. So using some high gears just to find traction. First lap on the board from Zach Smith is a 7.9. Nathan Monk's not far away from him with an 8.0. And we're going to see Alex Bowen come across the line now with an 8.0 as well. So very close up the top there to begin proceedings at another overcast Brazil. Dimitri Forrester goes quickest with a 107.6. So he separates himself by 3/10. And Kyle Jackson, whose lap we just watched, was pretty handy. A 107.9 as well. So good enough for P3.
Like a tiger.
As it sits at the moment, it is indeed tight. Yeah, other than the outlier of Dimitri Forrester up there, there's some very close times between the top few who have posted time so far. Daniel Lambert's going to come across with his first one here. And to go in with a 108.0. And then Erad Jealous with a 108.6. I don't know whether you were here earlier, but you haven't picked one yet, actually. So you still get a chance here to pick someone who you're going to reverse curse. So Erad Jealous, I refuse to say that Haas driver's real name, and therefore I won't curse him. He's going to have a good race tonight because of it. Is there anyone here who you would like to, I don't know, reverse their initials or give them some other kind of fake name and potentially reverse curse them?
Balexis Owen, I think, deserves a bit
Balexis
of good luck.
Owen. Balexis Owen, I like that. So I'm allowed to say Alexis Bowen, that's the rules, because she's not my reverse curse. But you're not allowed, you have to go with that, what is it?
Balexis.
Balexis Owen.
Balexis.
That hurts my name. That hurts
Balexis Aowen. I don't know. What would you like to be referred as, Balexis?
No, you've got to make it up. That's the whole point.
Oh.
So it's all on you now to get Balexis through to... Oh, now I'm going to start saying it. That's a good little name. I like it. It's got a good little ring to it. Balexis.
Unique, it's nice, it's different.
Oh, hey, Jacob had someone in Tier 2 he was going to come out with, and he forgot to tell us who it was. I don't remember who it was. Maybe it was Nick Randall, and that's why he got P1. He's going to try and claim that. I'd give you the tip. But he didn't actually give us anyone in Tier 2, so now he's got to pick someone in Tier 1 when he finally gets back here. Zekai Chu's gone quickest while we were gas bagging with a 107.648. How would you go about scrambling Caleb's name? That's lots to do there.
Raleb van der Kayden.
Yeah, that's too easy. Try again. I want to go with Valeb Canverdaden. Valeb Canver... Oh, that's hard. Oh, my brain. Oh,
Valeb Canderraden.
What have you done, Peter?
Valeb Canderdaden.
I am but a simple man, Peter, and you have now got steam coming out my ears trying to sort that out. Raleb Caverand... Oh, no, I give up. Dry race, 24% chance of rain, and going down slightly as the race carries on. So if we are going to see rain, it will be early on.
I like those odds.
Alex Albon, you've just cursed him. Jeremy Washington, that's all you. Tune in tomorrow morning for the In Real Life Grand Prix to see Alex Albon bend on turn 1 thanks to Jeremy Washington's straight curse there. That's what that is.
I think he's started to the pit, so if he wins it at turn 1, he's really struggling.
Zachary Smith out here going on his second run. One of the fastest men in Australia, this man. Let's jump on board with him and see how he goes about his business as we discuss Diabol's having a bit of a cry. What's going on there? One of the worst races he's ever had. Thought he had good pace for a change. I was looking forward to seeing how you went tonight, Ben, considering how excited you were early on this week. But no, I wouldn't be too disappointed, mate. Suma only finished a few spots above you, and still a couple of races to go yet. And Suma's been in the naughty books a couple of times this season. He's done well to clean up his act over the last couple of races, but he's certainly capable of picking up a pen, so wouldn't count yourself out of it just yet.
Zach Smith, 4/10 up.
He's going to get a nice slipstream here too, if he wants it.
Beautiful.
Oh, no, he doesn't need this. Does this Erad Jealous just give him a cheeky slipstream up here? Good, what are we doing? Doesn't need any of that, but he's going to take it, and he's going to use it effectively to go up with a 107.482 onto provisional pole. Of course, still plenty of time left in this qualifying session, but that's a statement lap from Zachary Smith. 2/10 clear of anyone else, and only 4/10 away from scratching the 106s. So Tom reckons we'll get a 106.8. I reckon 107.1 will be the best. Jacob Weatherburn has confirmed that 107.0 is his guess. He hasn't confirmed that at all. I'm making shit up, but I'm just going to lob him in there now. A lot of cars getting out.
What is going on here?
That's just a lot of cars getting out of the way of Erad Jealous there, I think. As he is on a hot lap. No, he's not. He's got 100% battery, so he's definitely not on a hot lap. I think they just thought maybe Smithy and Erad were on hot laps and they dived out the way. But no, Erad on an out lap and Smithy on an in lap, so let's stick on board with Erad here. Actually, this is probably a bad idea. All right, let's not. Okay, we're not on board, so it's not a curse for Erad. It's not an on-board lap, so he won't be feeling too much pressure. Stop listening to the stream while you do your laps. No wonder you can't concentrate.
Oh, there we go.
Nailed it. Come on. That's all right. There's still a long race ahead of you, Erad. That's not quite the curse just yet. It's a little bit of a curse.
Just a tiny little bit.
Oh, what are we doing? Loop-de-loop.
Oh, it's, who's that behind Jacob there? McLaren having
McLaren
a real big spin there.
Not Nathan Monks, it is Caleb van der Eyden who's having to return to the track, and he's 2/10 up in the first sector and half his battery gone, so he was on a hot lap. Certainly not the hottest of laps anymore for Caleb van der Eyden. He'll have to come and get some new boots and try again.
Great thing about Brazil, it's short, so everyone's got plenty of time.
Yeah, absolutely. Great little track. Absolutely top-tier track, this one. Big fan, both for spectating and for driving. It's even more fun to drive than it is to spectate, but every time we watch a race here, it is quality. So, very happy to be here.
I'd love to go to a race at Brazil in real life. I reckon it'd be funny as.
I mean, it can't be that far away, right? South America. It's like just pop over there on a boat kind of thing. Sure, no, you probably have to catch a plane, but it's not that far away.
Just stop off in Mexico for a couple of cheap beers and...
Stop off in Mexico. Which way are you going? You're going the wrong way. I would have gone.
I think you're going to go via North America. I don't think there's any direct flights to... Anyway.
There's no direct flights to Brazil. That doesn't make any sense. It's a huge country, isn't it? Oh, well, what do I know?
Yeah, too far from here. Anyway, Zikai Chu, pole lap, 1074. Nice.
2 Zs, 2 1074s. We have seen that all season long, these two joint at the hip. That is as close as it gets. 5/100ths of the gap between the 2 Zs here at the moment. But of course, Zikai Chu has already posted his lap. Zachary Smith has just started his, or he's just about to, apologies. He's come out the last corner and is still warming his tyres, so he's ready to go on his second crap. Erad Jallis has just relogged back in, so he's obviously disconnected and resetting himself. That's fine. He's got 6.5 minutes left. Plenty of time yet to improve on his 108.6, which I'm sure he'll want to do. I'm sure he's got another half a second or so in him. Just hanging out with Zachary Smith here, seeing if he can pinch another pole. Or can Zikai Chu grab it tonight? Both of those drivers have had plenty of poles already this season. Whoa!
Nice
Drifting it around there is Zachary Smith. Absolutely using all of the life in those tyres and some.
Hey, he's given up on that lap. Fair enough.
He's pulled out of that one. So, 5.5 minutes left. He's still got time to pop into the pits and have another go. He's probably going to have time for another 2 goes if he does come into the pit lane on this particular lap. He'll be cutting it fine.
Sure, he'll have the tyres for it. That's the only...
Yeah, good point. He did go out early on his first run, so that would have been his 3rd set. So he's only got the 1 set left. So he'll probably wait a few minutes and hope that the track evolves a little bit before he goes on his last run. Caleb van der Eyden, we were watching do 180s before. Diabol's pointing out that Erad's having some frame skip issues, and of course he is the race host here tonight, so I'd say we're going to get a lobby restart prior to the race after qualifying has been completed.
Shout out to you, Diabols, for jumping in for the assist, as you always seem to do here in the F1 series. Do a lot of work.
He's been doing all the work in the last couple of weeks with the great Declan Hollingshead moving house and being predisposed. He's had to carry the show, has Ben Curtis, and he's done very well. Hats off to Jesse McLean as well, who's done a little bit of extra work behind the scenes and trying to get all the attendance in order for the Tier 5 and Tier 4 guys. So all hands on deck in the last couple of weeks.
Definitely a community effort to keep this thing going as we watch Blexus Owen starting a flying lap.
What's she got in it? This is another week where she's done very little practice. She's decided that this is her new strat ever since around about Singapore, I want to say, where she did zero practice. It was Singapore indeed, where she did zero practice. She did a couple of time trial laps on the Sunday and picked up a podium on that night. So figured that was the strat from here on in. So this is another week where she's done little practice. So what's she got in her here? It's looked like a pretty tidy first sector. The second sector,
A little bit wide there.
a little bit wobbly there. So not extracting all of the pace that this Alpine is capable of, but we'll see what she's got in her as she comes across the final timing line here. 2/10. Nice. Cheeky little improvement. But 2/10 is actually not going to find her any extra position, so unless you get that last corner absolutely spot on and got some drive and found another 10th, 2/10 isn't going to be enough to move her from P6. And indeed, she does stay with those 2/10 and stays in P6.
7,000ths of P5.
Very, very close. 3 drivers in the 107.7s. Alexis joining those drivers. Who else is out there on a lap? Nathan Monks might be out there having a crack at one. 56% of his battery, I'd say he is. Totally awesome. Generally has a few fans here in chat. Hello to you, Wenza. Wenza is in here every Sunday, committed to the cause. Love that from you.
Once again, looking a very, very tidy lap from Nathan. Just getting the car onto every single apex. Getting out of corners without too much fuss and retires as well. So it'd be interesting to see sort of how much pace he is getting out, and he's very, very just up, but we've got still got a sector to go. Very, very easy sector, but that last corner is really one to challenge your ability to really nail an exit. Comes across the line, and big improvement in the final sector. Goes up to P3 with a 107.6.
Nice, totally awesome. Good lap.
Totally awesome lap from you.
Indeed, it was. Zachary Smith's out for his last run. So this will be his final attempt. Zekai Chu still on his outlap at the moment. Just coming across the line now is Zekai Chu, so not far behind Smithy here. So this is it. It is crunch time.
Ring in the neck of that Astrol Martin, as I like to call him now.
Astrol Martin? You might have
their owner.
Astrol? What's Astrol?
Stroll.
Oh, Stroll. Oh, sorry. Very slow on the uptake there.
It's a pretty poor joke. So,
I mean, it's not great, but I could have done better with it.
But here we go, Zach Smith, 1/4 of a second up, massive middle sector from him.
This is going to be a proper quick lap, assuming you got that last corner right. You can see him using all the inside there, cutting it as kind as he can, and does indeed go up with a 107.3. And Zekai Chu's invalidated. Oh, he's got 37 seconds left, Zekai Chu, but he's only got 40% of his battery.
Yeah, I don't think that doesn't bode well, because we saw Zach had about 10% left, so you do use all of your battery. So we'll leave Zekai alone, because I don't think this will be representative.
I just want to see if he comes across the line here.
Cole Jackson, P2. Nice.
Yeah, nice from Kyle Jackson. So Zekai is going to have one more crack here, so it will be interesting to see if he can draw anything out of this lap. So we'll revisit him later on. One Afik now invalid, so that won't be an improvement. Caleb van der Eyden still out on track and coming through the DRS timing boards now. He's coming to the pit lane, so that's not how to improve. Dimitri Forrester is going to improve. Not by much, but it is enough to lift him to P5. Look how close it is there between 5 and 6. But back to Zekai Chu. He's flat out of battery here, so I don't think this will be a lap he improves on. We'll just have a look as he comes across the timing line, and in fact, I think he's going pretty slowly there as well, so I'm not sure whether this is a lap or not. He is very close to improving, but with no battery here.
8%.
Yeah, he's got no battery here. This is where you need all the battery, so I'm afraid that's probably going to be just about it for him. Daniel Lambert crossing the line now, does not improve, and Zekai Chu pulls into the pit lane. So that is it, Zachary Smith. It's another pole position. It's a good lap from Kyle Jackson to put himself into P2.
John saying, why we listen to JC if we can just have baby comms? Probably makes just as much sense.
You know what's even funnier is I just got covered in banana vomit. So
Lovely.
I'm loving life here at the moment.
How
It's
good's
great.
parenting?
Well, that's a lovely thing to come back to.
Welcome back to you, Jacob Weatherman. Baby com's 100% better than Tom. Oh, no. Bit of shade there.
Vomit,
Quite
baby
fair, John.
comes.
Yeah.
Anyway, Zachary Smith on pole with a 107.3, so I think our prediction's a little bit far off. So credit to Nick Randell for his 107.0. That is a monumental pole lap, 0.3 faster than Tier 1.
Yeah, it's great stuff. All right, so we're going to have a re-host here. I will chuck some tunes on for you beautiful people, and we won't be too far away from starting off Tier 1. We'll just check the weather here, make sure it is overcast. I'm sure the drivers will get an understanding of what the weather's going to be later on in the race, and then they'll go set that up. So rejoin in around about 4 minutes, make yourself a cup of tea, and then we're going to come back to you with Tier 1 action, the last race of the evening here in Octane Online Racing's Legend Series. Yes, banana all over me. Yeah, banana.
Recuperé la fe cuando yo a ti te vi, mami. Bailabas como un ángel, me acuerdo de ese party. No lo hacías despacito, no eras como Daddy, eras como Bad Bunny, tu flow bastante cari, alright. Hermoso y con timidez me gusta, y con esa sencillez que asusta. Sabes bien cómo es que es, combi completa de cabeza a los pies. Sin effects, mami, yo te entono, te subo el pitch y te derrito el cono. En mis historias siempre te menciono, para esa reina necesito un trono. Sin effects, mami, yo te entono, con esos besos chica me emociono. Con tu cuerpo y tu nivel, quieres otra vez. Sé que tú quieres conmigo, amor, todos esos placeres que brinda la vida y que nos hace tan feliz. Sé que tú quieres conmigo, amor, todos esos placeres, como acariciarte y conocerte de raíz. Vamos 1, 2, 3, sin estrés. Muéstrame sus pasos, te cuento hasta 10 y ven. Yo sé que tú quieres moverlo sin pena, ven. Sin estrés, muéstrame sus pasos, te cuento hasta 10 y ven. Yo sé que tú quieres. Sé que tú quieres conmigo, amor, todos esos placeres que brinda la vida y que nos hace tan feliz. Sé que tú quieres conmigo, amor, todos esos placeres, como acariciarte y conocerte de raíz. El futuro, bebé, ya tú sabes.
Oh, all right. Where are we?
You're a man, son of a man, JC. Well handled.
This is a cheeky little tune. I like this one. Got the maracas out. Yes.
Very Brazilian.
Yeah, that was the theme. I thought I'd go with a bit of a... It's a Latin Essentials playlist. So I thought I'd run with that theme tonight. And very good little choice. Just quietly. It's a good little tune.
Bit of energy. Kept all 17 viewers in. Shout out to everyone.
What's that?
Said you've always got good tunes, mate. They're always bangers.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Look, don't want to toot my own horn, but I got a knack for picking tunes to suit a theme, I guess. But apologies if we have missed the start of the race here too, by the way. We're probably joining a little bit late, but of course I am committed to bringing the Tier 1 action to you. And of course for the replay purposes of all of those in Tier 1 who like to go back and watch proceedings. So we're getting it done. Don't worry about that. We will see it out. Don't know if we have missed the start here. I think we might be lucky enough just to sneak in on time, which is what we want. Let's have a look. I think they're still loading into the lobby. So I think we're going to catch the start. That'd be nice. Indeed we are. Beautiful. Same weather conditions. It is overcast for the start. Did anyone get an update on what the weather's going to be for the race? I know it's overcast here now. Are we getting any late rain, or is it going to be dry for the entirety?
I think Diabol said it was going to be the highest chance of rain was at the start, and it was going to be pretty minimal. So I think it'll be an overcast and gloomy day, but no precipitation.
Do you recall that? Yeah, so if there's any rain, it'll be at the start. Remember that? Yep. Thank you to you, Diabols, and Tom for jogging my memory. So, of course, everyone just chucking their setups on now, getting their strategies sorted out before we head out to the grid. The grid, which, of course, has been custom organised to replicate the results of qualifying. So no additional qualifying sessions or any further shenanigans. We'll jump straight on the grid and we'll get straight into it after a formation lap. Just touching on 8:30 now, so we have inadvertently made that graphic correct.
Spot on.
That was the plan all along.
Ah, yes. Well executed by those in the know. Countdown is tucked down to 0. We are on the grid for the formation lap. Zach Smith there in the Aston Martin. Kyle Jackson, P2. Zikai Chu might be a little disappointed with P3, but we have seen in both tiers tonight drivers have good starts from second and even third rows. And a couple of drivers have really got bogged down here on the grid in Brazil, so not sure if that's a tyre choice thing or a setup or just not quite getting the start they want. I'm not sure what the deal is there, but medium hard, the ideal strategy, and of course everyone in Tier 1 starting on a medium or a hard. You're very unlikely, to see any soft tyres on the grid in Tier 1. That was a bit weird. I don't know. Early warning signs, boys. Early red flags here. Zachary Smith starting on the front by himself. And is that more stagnated than it usually is? I thought Kyle Jackson... Anyway.
Always a stagnated grid here in Brazil.
Okay, thank you, sir. Oh, well, let's get it underway. Zachary Smith on your left in the Aston Martin. Kyle Jackson on the right in the Ferrari. And it's a good start from all drivers. Back in the field, there is one who didn't get off the line. That's Cheryl Chu, who's had a bit of a slow start. But anyway, we plough on down into turn 1. It looks like No, never mind. There is death. Alexis Bowen. That is not how to reverse curse someone, Tom. She's missing a bunch of her wing. And Alexis Owen will be into the pit lane after turn... Oh, no, never mind. Hang on. It's all there. Apologies. She might be okay.
See what sort of pace she's got, but front four all sort of kept their positions, I think. Top 6.
It's a great start by everyone. Beautifully done through turn 1, except for that little mishap for Alex Bowen.
A very good start. So at the back, though, Momo up 5 spots and Kenneth Ang.
Yep, Erad Jealous just taking one back from Kenneth Ang there. But yeah, Momo's had a very nice start here in the other Aston Martin, filling in for Jaden Shear tonight.
Off to Gerald Chu and into his 3rd race for this evening.
He's having a red hot crack in, and you don't worry about your endurance rounds. He's going for a double, super awesome max double endurance round.
The car's in the pit lane.
Oh, Alexis Bowen's DNF'd. Is that on the entry into pit lane?
I think so.
That looks like it is at pit entry.
And Gerald Chu.
A safety car. It's brought out a safety car. Was it a VSC or a normal? I think it's only a VSC.
VSC.
Wow.
Maybe,
all right.
maybe Alexis Bowen and Gerald Chu have had a little coming together there on the main straight, because that doesn't even look like Alexis was in the pit lane entry. That looks like it is on track.
She definitely would have been on her way. Oh, no, not necessarily, because we saw her wing was in place. So I'm sure she'll get into chat and she'll let us know. But yeah, it's not the race she was after, for sure. Reasonable qualifying, but then obviously got bogged down and caught up in the turn 1 kerfuffle. And then didn't even make an entire lap. Didn't even put a lap on the books, unfortunately. Couldn't cross the line and complete her first lap. So that's it. Done and dusted. She gets the night off.
Back underway, and Zach Smith has already got a 2nd on Kyle Jackson. So Zekai Chu will be looking to really keep that gap below a 2nd to Kyle and take advantage of the DRS that's going to be available to him on this next straight.
Lovely to see the 2 McLarens up there, P4, P5 at the moment. Travelling very nicely.
Stick together, those boys, Caleb and Nathan.
We're having a look up the inside of one. Afiki getting that move done on the Ferrari. Jared Ellis just sniffing around behind these two, currently in P8. But there's some gaps forming. Kind of things under attack here by Ben Curtis, who looks like he made that one stick around the outside. Kenneth is on the hard tyre, so he's going to have a bit of a pace disadvantage, but he's sticking it back up the inside there. He's not going to give up. He does decide to get out of that one.
You get DRS on this straight though, because the activation point was right there.
Yeah, it was a smart move from Kenneth Ang to get out of that attempt, but he didn't want to cost himself too much to Mohammed Afan behind, but it looks like Mohammed is... Oh, I thought he was going to be close enough to have a little send there, but he chose against it. Kenneth Ang almost put it up inside Ben Curtis's business there, but also managed to avoid causing any dramas. So a good little battle developing between these three with the DRS now open.
Give us some telemetry, we can find out how much battery pit as Jin Bin Chong takes fastest lap.
Either the on. I think he did pit stop. Did he pit and put the softs on? On the medium, so on the same tyre as everyone else. He would have had a little bit of DRS to help him. But that is a fantastic lap from Jinbin.
He's a fast boy.
Mohammed Irfan really wants a piece of Kenneth Ang here.
Kyle Jackson.
Flag.
Oh.
Oh no, there is your man Jared Ellis that you were trying not to curse, has managed to find the infield.
He's got all his wing in place, that's fine. Carry on, he's all good. It's just a little airborne, it's still good.
Kyle Jackson is within DRS of Zach Smith at the front, so bit of a DRS train behind him, top 5, all within a second of each other.
Mohammed Afan just using the DRS to full advantage there and getting around the outside of Kenneth Ang and completing the move before they got to the braking zone in turn 1. He's exhausted all resources in terms of battery, but now moves up into P9. Kenneth Ang, with only around about 30% of the battery, hasn't got a lot to try and take that back with. during the next DRS zone, but nice little move completed by Mohammed Afan. Up the front here, we're seeing a similar story to what we saw in Tier 3, where the first 5 drivers on this occasion, it was the first 4 in Tier 3 who had a significant pace advantage on the rest of the field. These guys already 4 seconds up the road from Jia Eng in P6. So the medium tyre runners out the front here just enjoying life and each other's slipstream, using the DRS, just getting towed along nicely.
Very interesting that Zach is not able to sort of really pull away from the field as he tends to do. So I wonder if he's just sort of running a bit more of a quality setup that's just a bit more comfortable through the corners, but not as quick on the straights.
This is what we've come to expect from Tier 1. They've just settled into a groove now. As I said, just following each other around, enjoying the DRS, just trying to set as many good laps in a row as they can before they get to the second stint, where it generally starts to kick off. It's not Great Jokes, is it? No, it's not. It is Irad Jealous. I'm just going to start calling him by his name now because he can't keep the car going straight. So, Jared, it's all on you now, mate. The curse is off. The magic wand is out of my pocket. I already got him once in qualifying. Jacob, did you see that? I don't know if you saw it. Oh, absolute classic. One of the better ones.
Wenzer in chat's asking, has Jared been practicing on World Rally Championship?
Oh, dear. World Rally Generations, the newest iteration of a rally game to come out earlier on this month.
It's great.
Is it?
Oh, I've seen a couple of the videos on Reddit. It looks, at least the previews look pretty good. I know you're a big fan of the dirt racing, Jamie, so look forward to seeing what you can do with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm all about the rally. Definitely need to get a circular wheel to get back into that full tilt, but when I do, it's just you and the road and a few trees. There's no dive bombing idiots. There's no blue flags. There's no. It's just you and the road, and I like it. Big fan of that. So
the trees don't dive bomb you.
No, I generally dive bomb the trees. Sometimes, especially in Finland. Goodness gracious, it's very tricky through Finland. A lot of high speed jumps and stuff seems to be my weakness. I'm a bit more of a complex Monaco type in a rally car. So yeah, looking forward to seeing how World Rally Generations goes. Oh, I'd love to have your tones on my ear, John. I will take you up on that. Don't worry about that. You want to be my co-driver and get the pace notes out, I'll absolutely pay you to do that for me.
I would watch that stream.
I was going to say, I'm pretty confident that would be the most handsome rally driving pairing that's ever existed. There'd be a lot of fans out there of JS and JC.
Pretty good looking with a balaclava on your head, mate.
This front pack is really, they're really studying everyone's diffusers. Everyone's sort of wondering what technology is available. There's a lot of just sort of follow the leader. I wonder if that's just sort of a holding pattern just to maintain the tyres so we can easily do a one-stop.
It's not like they're going slowly, though. They have pulled out a bit of a gap to Nathan Monks, who's just sort of dropping off the back of this pack a little bit and is outside DRS now, so that's only going to get worse. But they still have that 6-second gap back to P6, so Nathan just floating around out here by himself at the moment, which is not ideal for him. He'll want to get back inside that DRS if he can, but now out to a 1.5 seconds. It continues to stretch that gap. You see everyone else there just tucked in behind each other, enjoying the slipstream. Nathan just missing out on that at the moment.
Fortunately, he's dumped all his battery as well, so he can't even use that to help him gain that 0.5 second, so it could turn into a very lonely race for Nathan.
Back here, these three still following each other around. One Afik leading the way here on the hard tyres. 2 medium tyres behind him with a bit of an advantage, but not able to find their way through yet. Ben Curtis is the last person to push his way through anyone, so we won't see him make too many egregious moves. But Mohammed Afan might be asking him to very kindly get a move on so he can have a crack at Warnafeek. It's been getting closer and closer over the last couple of laps as Mohammed Afan, and he is pressuring the back of this Alpine now. So let's see what he can...
Mohammed.
Didn't quite get the exit out of the last corner that he wanted, though, I don't think, and probably isn't as close as he'd like to be here. Of course, both drivers with the DRS assistance. I reckon he's going to have a little crack at it anyway. He's got to brake deep. Ben has defended nicely under brakes there, but does well to leave the door open and not cause a collision. So Mohammed Afan does go up in a P8. And Ben Curtis slots into P9. I'm having a good one. Against that critical crossover point between not having dinner and I get crazy time.
So we just got this very patient train of drivers letting Zachary Smith do all the early work for them, which I think is actually a pretty smart decision. I don't think there's much point fighting too hard at the moment. And Caleb Van der Eyden's managed to keep 3/4 of his battery.
How is the battery going up here for the leaders? Zachary Smith around about 40%. 40% for Kyle Jackson. Zikachu with 50. So not exhausting all of it. Caleb Van der Eyden in the best position in terms of battery usage and also at the back of this train. So just going along nicely is Caleb Van der Eyden. Nathan Monks will be asking him if he can just slow up a little bit, maybe. Just let him back inside the window. But, of course, if he does that, Caleb drops outside the window as well, and that's no good for anyone, so that won't be happening, I would suggest. Oh, dear.
Warnafeek getting a bit too much curb on the inside of turn 3 and just losing the rear there. Hopefully he's still got all his parts and pieces on the front of his car.
Nice. Good from you. Good ad, that.
Learning from the best.
Classic ad. What a great ad. Jeremy Washington would like that one. Hey, what are you doing in chat, by the way, Jeremy? Tell me why you're in chat and not in the race. What's going on there? You're away for work or something? Or what's going on with you, Loudest Howard? Or why aren't you participating this evening in the other Alpine? Which is, of course, why Ben Curtis has stepped up into that particular vehicle.
Tell you what, we really need a halfway safety car to spice this up. It's been very, very good from Tier 1 at the moment. Very clean.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I love it. I'm a big fan of strategy. Oh, Caleb has dropped out of DRS here too.
I just noticed that. The second McLaren driver's just lost his way a little bit.
He hasn't got it open here, so he did miss it before the detection point too. So, look, if he's going to stay without... I'd give it a lap or two. If he can't catch back up, then he probably will drop back within the window of Nathan Monks, and then hopefully the two McLaren boys can work together up until the first pit stop, which I think is where this will spice up. It generally tends to get a bit spicier around about the pit stop phase, and then we always seem to have some action in the last 5 or 6 laps. There's generally a safety car to kick us off at the end of the night for some bloody reason. I don't know how the hell that always comes to fruition, but it generally does, so I'm not too disappointed with how it's going at the moment. Caleb Van der Eyden is back within a second.
There we go. He's fine.
He hasn't got the... Oh, he has. All right, nice. He's done well through the second sector there to close that gap and get it back within a second. Wonder if Nathan Monks has DRS to that blue flag Williams there of Gerald Chu.
Hello to you, Mitch Weatherburn.
Hey, my Japan friend. Japan friend? Probably not Japan yet.
No, he doesn't leave just yet. He's not gone yet.
All right. We'll get back in here and have one more race, will you? I know you said like you had such a good performance last week, though, so look, probably going out on a high. Fair enough.
Yeah, fantastic race to bow out on, P2.
Absolutely.
Not a bad way to leave it.
So, fair enough. What happened to Dimitri? Dimitri, I believe, pitted lap 1. There was an incident at turn 1 that Alex Bowen was involved in, as well as 3 or 4 other cars who all went into the pit lane at the end of lap 1. Dimitri was one of the cars who went into the pit lane, but it was weird considering Dimitri obviously qualified at the front of the field, and that's not where the issue was. So I'm not sure exactly what happened to Dimitri, whether Dimitri just got into the rear end of someone on that first lap and we didn't see it. But indeed, as we go through to the pit stops here. Dimitri leading the way of the drivers who have completed a pit stop. So he's just coming up to Jared Ellis now. Only 2 seconds back, so hopefully he can tuck into the DRS there and enjoy a little bit more assistance, because he would be within this top 4. Well, he would make it a top 5, of course, if not for that early pit stop. So, as I said, still waiting to see how these pit stops shake out, and that is when this race will get proper spicy again. Who's
He'll be the first one to blink out of these top 4.
Zekai Chu will be the first to pit. Your thoughts?
He normally is, I think. I was going to say Caleb van der Eyden, but he managed to get back within that second. I thought if he didn't get back within that DRS zone, it would have been the perfect time to pit and aim for the undercut, but he just found an extra inch of pace and managed to close back up on these guys.
Yeah, quality stuff from Caleb, which makes you think that he had that in the bag the whole time throughout that first stint, and then only used it when he needed it. And that might be the same for Kyle Jackson and Zekai Chu, just patiently, as you said, just tucking in behind Zachary, letting Zachary do all the work. And yeah, they may have an extra 10th or 2 in them if they indeed need to pull that out. But we saw Caleb van der Eyden on 60% of his battery before, now only on 30%, having to cut that in half to try and get back within DRS.
Nathan Monks has blinked, gone into the pits. And the pace here, so these guys are doing 1:10.7s, and the fastest lap on softs in Tier 2 was a 1:10, I think, 4 or 5? So they are flying here in Tier 1, so the pace definitely isn't slow.
Yeah, they're proper quick, that's for sure.
Nathan Monks is going to come out right in front of Dimitri Forrester. Dimitri might even grab him down that straight into turn 4.
Where is he? Oh, Dimitri. Thank you.
No, he didn't manage to grab him. Nathan managed to hold the position, so Nathan is now the lead car of drivers who have pitted. So these guys need to work together now and not trip each other up, use each other's DRS and try and reel in a couple of those seconds they'd lost. Zekai Chu, Caleb van der Eyden in the pits.
Oh, can you pay that? Zekai Chu was in front of Caleb van der Eyden, so it means he went first, yeah? I'm paying
yes,
that.
I'll pay you that.
Thank you.
Who comes out first, though? Should be Zekai, but we've seen stranger things. Hopefully no one spins on pit exit.
Yep, indeed. Zekai and Caleb van der Eyden nailing their pit stops there, entering about a 10th or 2 away from each other and exiting a 10th or 2 away from each other. Goodness me, I am mincing words tonight. I'm struggling. Oh, who's this?
Well, clear of Nathan Monks, though. Kenneth Ang
Slots himself in between the two of them on his 15-lap old hard. Says, I don't care if you're trying to warm up your tyres. I'm just going to jump in here. Nice work, Kenneth Ang. Little
Not
ambitious.
Caleb, though.
No, it's not what he wanted, is it?
Well, at least he'll get DRS off Gerald, who'll probably get out of the way down the main straight.
What happened, Alexis? What on earth happened off the start? What happened down into turn 1? Give us a bit of a rundown, because we were caught up on what happened between the top 5 or 6 drivers as they got away cleanly through turn 1. We only caught up on what happened to you as we jumped back there, and of course no replays, we didn't get to see it. And then we're more than interested to find out.
Monk DNF'd. Sorry to cut you off there, JC.
Oh, and Jared grabs 5 seconds for punting him too.
Penalty. Kyle Jackson and Zachary Smith were currently in the pit lane.
VSC.
So we're going to see Nathan.
And Kyle Jackson has jumped Zachary Smith in the pits.
You can see the squiggly lines all over the road there too. I don't know whether he's lost that himself and Jared has hit him afterwards, or whether the two of them came together. But we're gonna come around. I think the McLaren of Nathan Monks will have disappeared by the time we get around there, but you will see the tyre marks on the road. Yeah, the McLaren's definitely gone, but I will draw your attention to the tyre marks on the road when we get around there. They are all over the place. So again, I'm not sure. I'm going to allow you guys to be the detective on this one. Whether the McLaren lost it and Jared hit the McLaren after it had spun. Here it is just around this corner here. You'll see the crossed over lines here.
Yeah, there's a lot going on there, isn't there?
So there's obviously been some serious action that has occurred. So that'll be interesting. I don't know whether Totally Awesome is going to jump in the chat and give us the same sort of rundown that Alex is giving us now. Oh, it was only a VSC. Okay.
VSC, Kyle
Apologies.
Jackson jumped Zachary Smith in the pit stop, and they've put a decent gap between them and Zekai Chu as well. But Zachary Smith's right onto the back here. He's going to take his P1 back straight away.
So, I thought I was just about to take a nap then, and I thought we had a full safety car, but it is only a VSC, so we are straight back into it. Momo currently leading the way on his 17-lap old mediums. He will be into the pit lane shortly, which will put Zachary Smith back into the lead of the race. Kyle Jackson, P2, and then Zekai Chu, Caleb Van Der Reyden, provisionally 3 and 4, but Lana Feek slotted in the middle there as he is also get to pit off his 17-lap old hard. Zekai Chu says, I'm not waiting for your pit stop. I'll have you right now. Thank you very much. He goes up into P4.
He needs to stay inside that 1 second of Kyle Jackson, or these two are just going to run away with it. The one
Unlucky,
has lost-
Alexis.
Yeah, just reading through that. We'll get back to it later, but that's a very interesting. We thought the pit one was very interesting. We didn't know whether you'd tried to come into the pit lane and hit the pit wall or what, but no, a little how you doing with Gerald Chu. So I wouldn't mind seeing some replays of that one in the Discord later on, if indeed you can get your hands on them, as Zekai Chu goes purple with a 109.9 in his attempts to chase down Kyle Jackson here. As you said, he wants to get onto the back of them, and he's exhausted a bunch of battery in doing so. Would have recovered a little bit during the VSC, but it's all gone again now. He's down to 30%. Let's get a little recap of how the leaders are going in terms of battery. 20 for Zachary Smith, 75% for Kyle Jackson, sitting pretty. And of course, as we just discussed, Zekai Chu also with around about 30%. Jin Bin Chong continuing to put out purple laps. He's just taken his own purple lap, I believe. I'm not sure anyone else has pinched that since he got it early on.
Zekai Chu just did it on the previous lap.
Okay. So Jin Bin,
Bin's taking it straight back.
he has. He's got some serious pace, our man Jin Bin. Don't worry about that. Had a weird old sort of race in Mexico, though. He got involved in a bunch of people's business. He performed, I reckon, 4 off-track overtakes. So he's got a little bit to learn yet, Jin Bin, about racing in a league, but he's doing very well at the moment here in Tier 1, currently in P11 and putting in purple laps, so pace is definitely there, without a doubt. Caleb Van Der Reyden and Wana Feek side by side here. As we said, Wana Feek yet to pit, so Caleb would just be asking nicely to have this corner to himself, if that's okay. And Wana Feek says, yes, sir, no worries, on your way.
Interesting if Juan can take those hards long enough to go into the softs at the end. Very interesting to see what Momo does as well up there in the lead with his 19-lap-old mediums. That'll be pretty second-hand.
Oh, they'd be struggling by now. Surely he's going to come into the pit. I thought he was going to come in 2 or 3 laps ago. He's still out there enjoying the bender strat at the moment. But he's going to very quickly have Zachary Smith and Kyle Jackson for company, as well as Zekai Chu, so hopefully he doesn't hold them up too much. Well, I say hopefully he doesn't hold them up. As an impartial viewer, I kind of hope he does hold them up a little bit, backs him into Caleb Van Der Reyden so he can join in, because these 2.5 seconds dropped off.
Unless this is some Aston Martin collaboration.
I think there's collaboration, but only in the good way, because Momo just letting Zachary Smith through here. It looks like he's on his way into the pit lane. So Zachary Smith makes his way through cleanly. Looked like it benefited Kyle Jackson. In all truth, he's really closed this gap now and is all over the back of Zachary Smith. Whereas Zekai Chu, around about 8/10 behind, almost dropping outside that DRS window. So this will be another lap where Zekai, I would suggest, invests a little bit of his battery, just trying to make sure that that gap doesn't exceed 8-9 tenths.
Zekai doesn't have much battery left. Kyle Jackson's still got a fair amount. Hopefully he can use that to his advantage in a couple of laps. I'd probably just sit tight behind Zachary Smith there. Wouldn't be too keen to make that overtake if you're comfortable just sitting behind him. Ben Curtis is getting up nice and close to Dimitri Forrester.
Dimitri's done 2 stops now. Nice. There's a couple of drivers out there who've done 2 stops. Dimitri leading the way of those drivers.
Making use of the newfound ability to have more than one set of mediums and hards in the race.
Hello,
Hello,
Raj. Jinx.
Say the words 2 stop and Raj will appear.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he performed the 2 stop tonight too, Raj. Maybe even a 3 stop.
did.
I remember,
Yeah,
yeah, we discussed the 2 stop at the time. I'm not sure if he did another one.
I think he might have did 3 actually with all the safety cars.
It's some business as usual up the front here. And looks like Kyle Jackson. Well, we've got a real DRS trade now because Zachary Smith is just getting past Gerald Chu as a blue flag.
Oh, Gerald yelling got you there. Oh, that would have been one way to cap off your 3rd race of the night for Gerald. So we've got a real game of just cat and mouse going on with these top 3 at the moment, I think. I think Kyle Jackson's got the pace to go past Zachary Smith. He's just choosing to bide his time.
Probably waiting for the last lap to do it because he knows that Zach will probably at least has the pace to try and get back at him. So do it when he just doesn't have the opportunity to save that battery to be able to do it.
Yep, all sitting on around about the same battery too, so no real advantage to be had by any of these drivers, as I said, just being patient. All on the same tyre, all on the same strategy, all with the same battery. It is...
Once you get down to Caleb Van der Reyden in P4, it's pretty much no one else in the field is in DRS of the car in front or behind them. It's just very, very spread out except for these top 3.
Here's Wana Feek on his 22 lap hold hards. Not really falling off the back of Caleb Van der Reyden either, just motoring along.
Be hanging for a safety car right about now to slap his mediums on.
What is this camera? Why are we looking out the back of Zekai Chu and there's no one behind him? Come on now, we're better than this.
Did you push a brake pedal?
I did.
Wasn't that your camera pedal?
Yeah, I did. Want to do it again? It's funny. Well. Oh, it's not working now.
Oh, it's broken.
Unplug your
camera.
pedals.
Yes. Quality broadcasting.
It just makes those rear tyres look so fat compared to the back of the car.
Yeah. That's a good point.
The back of the car just looks so narrow.
I don't think I've ever seen the tyres look as worn as this either. Like, you can see the shiny part on the inside where they're still new, and then obviously the worn, but I don't think I've ever noticed that on the front tyres before. Now I've got to put this weight back down. Yeah, I think it's less noticeable on the front. It is there now that I pointed it out. I think I probably haven't been looking for it. I don't know.
We got a Huss around there in sector 2.
Is it Rad Alice?
Alice.
Yeah, it is.
Who else would it be?
His teammate Grid Joke's up behind him. He's on his 3rd or 4th race with the steering wheel now.
Oh, here's your battle now, Jared. Grid Jokes is on a wheel. He's no longer on the pad, so he's about a second slower than he used to be, Grid Jokes, by his own admission. He's not the quickest in Tier 1 anymore because of the wheel, still getting adjusted to the new hardware, so if you lose the Grid Jokes, Gunter Steiner's going to come out and say, hang on, I don't know about your contract. So that'll be an interesting one to watch. The two Haas boys going at it over the last couple of laps. We'll jump back to that one later on, but at the moment, Jin Bin Chong putting some pressure on Ben Curtis here. I say putting pressure. I don't think Diabols feels pressure. No, actually, he absolutely does. He gets nervous all the time, he told me. So,
8 old mediums. There's still 11 laps to go, though. Jim Bin's mediums are not going to be feeling fantastic towards the back end of this race.
Sorry about them. How about Gerald Chu's 21 lap old mediums? He's going to be squealing by the end for sure. I don't know if he's going to go another 10 laps on him, but
Nah, he's going to go for softs at the end, I reckon.
Try and pinch the purple lap. I like that. Chad moved from fan favourite Gerald Chu. Still a chance. Jim Bin here with the DRS open is going to have a look around the outside of Ben Curtis. And he's probably going to get that one done well before the braking zone. So up into P10 for Jim Bin Chong. Ben Curtis settling into P11. And we'll hope to stay within DRS of Jin Bin Chong. Just get towed along nicely. He's got the very fast Daniel Lambert behind him, who has not had the best of evenings so far back here in P12. But Daniel very quick when he gets it right. So...
Oh, who's that around? That looks like it might be. I have no idea. Someone's
it's
Gerald Chu.
Gerald Chu.
That is...
Yeah,
you can't park there, Gerald.
Just backs into the infield.
Like Red Bull for a moment.
Yeah, all the blue cars looking the same. Gets us every week, doesn't it? Backs into the infield, does the right thing there. Lets all the cars go before he rejoins and doesn't get any penalties, crucially. So going to take your eyes over to this Haas battle. Grid Jokes still threatening the back of Jared Ellis here. I don't know if one or both of these drivers listen to the stream, but let's just hang out here for a while as we try and curse both of them off the road simultaneously. Grid Jokes
Speaking of one, he's made a pit stop for his softs.
Ooh. So we thought Gerald Chu was going to do that one. Fake reckons he's going to have a crack at the fastest lap.
Kyle Jackson's dropped outside of DRS on Zachary Smith. He come under attack from Zekai going into turn 4, and that's cost him both DRS on P1. They're going to have to work extremely hard to get back inside a second of Zachary Smith, because once you drop DRS to him, you don't normally get it back.
Yeah, Zachary Smith would be aware of that too, so I just thought he'd be exhausting a bit of his battery here, trying to keep that second, but it is 1.4. So he will know that that gap has reduced. Zekai Chu now threatening the back of Kyle Jackson, who no longer has the DRS. Not quite close enough on that occasion. But yeah, I'm with you, Jacob. I reckon Zachary Smith will be hard to catch now, especially now that Kyle Jackson's out of battery. And these two are going to go side by side down into turn 4. No, they're not. Zekai Chu's going to have that one done before they get there. So neither of them will lose too much time to Zachary Smith, but it's now Zekai Chu P2. And he has negative 14% battery. Momo has DNF'd. He is out. He is dead. Where's he? He's parked around about turn 1.
And we have a VSC.
VSC.
There's that spot again. We saw someone else DNF there earlier on this evening.
Hopefully everyone can stay inside their deltas.
Ooh, Jared Ellis pitting here. That puts Grid Jokes into the lead. This is an interesting pit from Jared. He reckons he can get this done during the VSC and not lose too much time. I don't know what sort of tyre. He's going to probably go on the softs here. But the softs softs for 8 laps? Yeah, that'll be fine. I reckon surely he's going onto the soft tyre here. As Grid Jokes continues to travel along slowly here under the VSC. It's not too slowly, though. He's still upwards of about 280 kilometres an hour, so the VSC not slowing them down anywhere near as much as I think Jared Ellis would have hoped. So that has cost him around about 20 seconds, which he's now going to try and make up on the soft tyre if he wants to catch his teammate. But he will certainly be having a red-hot stab at the purple lap, which, of course, one of Feek's going to have a crack at as well. The DRS is enabled. We're back into green flag racing.
Jared Ellis is right between Zekai and Kyle Jackson.
Is he really?
Yeah,
Oh, he's too.
He's done well.
Good
He's
boy.
done the right thing and just parked up, got out of the way.
He's still warming up his tyres too, though, so that's all right for him. Tell you what.
Kyle's lost DRS to Zekai as well, so he's going to have to get a move on, or he's going to find himself dropping off the back of these guys very quickly.
On these soft tyres, and with the slipstream, Jared Ellis well and truly on for a purple lap here. Jin Bin Chong is currently quickest with a 109.6. Jared Ellis has so far posted a 110.7 on what was probably hard tyres, or mediums, or something like that, so he's probably got a second in him on the soft tyre. So that'll be an interesting watch over the next minute and a half.
He's going for it. He gave himself a gap to the car in front, so he didn't have to worry about blue flags.
Battle up front's just hanging in there. 6 laps to go. Kyle Jackson managed to get back into DRS.
He's got no battery though, so...
If he stays straight. Bit of shade there from Peter Thomas. Love that. Hang on. He's got to keep it going straight. Not going to be posting purple laps if he's facing sideways, as he has done a couple of times already this evening.
He's already up onto the back of Kyle Jackson, though. He's going to have to get out of the throttle. He's not going to be able to keep it in a 100% lap as Wana Feet grabs the purple.
109.641 from Wana Feet. I tell you what, that can't be much quicker than what Jinbin had. I think they were both 109.6s, weren't they? So that'll be very close there from Wana Feet, who snags the purple for now.
Ben Curtis and Daniel Lambert have been nice and close together. Look, I think they were side by side into turn 4, but Ben, being the gentleman he is, thought better of it.
Yeah, when he does reserve for Tier 1, as Jared Ellis does
He's got it.
with that
That'll do it.
9-1.
Half a second quicker than the previous bet from Wana Feet, so he just stamps his authority on the purple lap, says, come and get it, boys, if you want it. Nice one from Jared Ellis. Now he's just got to finish the race, because you don't get the points unless you finish the race. Is that correct? I don't know, I made that up. That's probably correct, though.
I think that's probably correct. Ben Curtis, though, trundling around in P10, was saying before that when he reserves for Tier 1, he doesn't get caught up in battles with regular Tier 1 drivers. He does just get out of their way.
And I spy a Zekai Chu, who was just under 1 second to Zachary Smith. Oh, no, that gap is jumping around.
He sort of pulls it back in, and then Zachary Smith gets away. Like, Zekai's quicker from, like, the first half of Sector 2. And then, crucially, Smith just gets that gap back on him as we have a yellow flag in Sector 2 that is an AlphaTauri.
Oh, it's Kenneth Ang.
Like, it might be Kenneth Ang, yep.
Who was...
A rough spot.
Oh, is he... Oh, like it was a reset to track there! Oh,
Can't do that.
Oh my god! I don't know if he was ghosted or what, but goodness gracious, that was very close to being a significant visit to the graveyard for Kenneth Ang and anyone else who was around. That was very close. Goodness me. Heart in mouth
a live
stuff.
speed run.
Oh. Don't know if that was an intentional return to track, but that is exactly why we don't do that. Wana Feet makes his way past Ben Curtis here on those beautiful soft tyres. He'd be loving life out here, Wana Feet. As would Jared Ellis. I've got the wrong gap up here. Let's go and figure out how far... Oh, no, he is indeed 38 seconds behind his teammate now.
It's a lot bigger than it was.
Yeah, I don't know if he's made a mistake or just the outlap wasn't good, or I don't know what the deal is there, but anyway.
He did a fastest lap, so...
He wanted the purple lap. He got himself his purple lap.
How do you get a purple lap and drop an extra 16 seconds, though? I don't know where the hell he's lost that time.
He's making sure he doesn't die now. He wants the points.
I guess. I like it. Whatever it takes. Hey, Bender finished in Tier 2. That's all we wanted from him and got that done.
No one's going to beat that fastest lap unless someone else pits for softs right at the death.
Is there anyone who's got a window to do so? We thought Gerald Chu was going to do it. He's probably still the only one who's got the capability of doing that. 28 lap old mediums. I'm surprised he's still going.
Jared's going for it.
Maybe going to explode as Jared Ellis is in the pit again, so he may have had a moment, had a bit of front wing damage somewhere. But being 38 seconds behind and then in front of the car behind you, I'm not sure why you'd pit again.
Kyle Jackson, driver of the day after starting from P2, currently floating around in P3. It's not easy keeping up with Smithy and Zekai. Look, very fair point, but he's currently P3 in the championship. And this is roundabout where he's been sitting all season long, is following Zachary Smith and Zekai Chu.
I have to give my driver of the day to Jinbin. Up 10 positions. He's not a Tier 1 regular, but showing that he's definitely got the pace to be a Tier 1 regular.
Yep, it's very easy to give it to the person with double-figure greens, but that's exactly what I would have said too. I'm more than happy to see that he's got really good pace, but what I really wanted from Jinbin in this race was a clean race, and he's got no penalties, and I don't think he's been involved in any incidents. So, to be P7 after starting from the back and not able to qualify, I'm with you, Jacob. I think that's a significant effort, and really good from Jinbin Chong. As I said, I don't care how fast he is. He needs to be clean, and he's done that very nicely tonight.
He was the first man to admit after his first race that he probably needed to work on his racecraft a little bit, and I feel like he is progressing and getting better and better every single week. Juanifique on these soft tyres. Is having a look at Daniel Lambert now for P8. Easily get the DRS down the straight here into turn 4. Might not be close enough though to get the move done.
Another yellow flag, I think it's Gerald Chu.
Gerald Chu around again. I'm surprised those mediums haven't exploded yet.
I reckon they might have, and that might have caused the spin.
I take you back to Australia where that is exactly what happened. We thought he was just going really slowly, but he had in fact punctured a tyre and ended up DNF into the wall, which brought out a late safety car. Are we going to see something similar here from Gerald Chu?
I think he might have a puncture. He's off again.
I don't know.
Cut the quarter that much, mate.
This is
massive.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Have a puncture.
How is that not even a track cut penalty? What? Is there there's no punctured tyres, I don't think. Surely pitting here, Gerald Chu, for soft tyres. No, Gerald. What are we doing? Get in the pit lane, Gerald Chu.
He's only got two more laps to get through on them.
Honest to God, if he causes a safety car or something here, or God forbid he gets in the way of the leaders, there's some stern words coming for Gerald Chu, who has not obviously learnt from Australia. I love the big Chad move trying to bring home the mediums, but if they pop and he causes something up here in Tier 1 again, he's in big trouble. Jared Ellis, bang, 108.9. That's nearly a bloody qualifying lap. That's pole for Tier 3 kind of stuff, that is. So he's really putting in the purples now, is Jared Ellis. Just enjoying whatever time he's got left here on the penultimate lap. Zachary Smith, Zekai Chu, Kyle Jackson, they've led the way from start to finish, these three. They were joined early on by Caleb van der Reyden and Nathan Monks. But unfortunately, the untimely demise of Nathan Monks meant that there was a safety car and some pit stops that occurred. And after that, Caleb van der Reyden sort of dropped off. So he finds himself still in P4, which he'd be very happy with. Around about where he's been all season long. Caleb van der Reyden is the best of the rest behind these three, who have just been in another class of their own, really.
All pretty much flat out of battery. How much battery does Zachary Smith have?
Zachary's under 10.
They're all pretty much absolutely flat out of battery.
Yep, all in the same boat, all on the same tyres. So you would expect these three to just come home in this order. It would take a pretty significant error from one of these three for anything to change, and they've been super consistent all season long, so you wouldn't expect that to occur. Back here, it looks like Jim Bin Chong and Dimitri Forrester going at it. Jim Bing going bang on last season's Tier 1 P2, and says, hey, I'm Tier 1 material. I'll overtake you, no worries. I don't care who you are. Up into P6, Jin Bin Chong. Dimitri has to settle for P7 at the moment. And that's another scenario where they're both on the same top. What? I thought we were on the penultimate lap. Where'd the last lap go? Oh, I was getting prepared to bring them home a lap later. Well, we were on lap 35. Anyway, Zachary Smith, P1 again. After winning last week in Mexico, Zekai Chu currently in P2. I'm not sure there was any penalties being handed out. It was a nice clean race from everyone up here in Tier 1. So that will be your podium. Zachary Smith, Zekai Chu, and Kyle Jackson. And then Caleb van der Reyden and Mohammed Afan taking the checkered flag. 4th and 5th, Jim Bin Chong. He's my driver of the day. He's Jacob's driver of the day. What about yourself, Tom? You got anyone else other than Jim Bin Chong who necessarily stood out?
I think Mohammed Afan up 9 positions as well.
Good
really
shout.
Solid drive from him. A lot of good racing at the start of the race. I think he settled into his own little groove at the end, but hard to go past Jin Bin.
Yep, good shout that. Mohammed Afan putting in a very good result tonight. And another one who had a pretty good result last week in Mexico, I believe, or at least I remember calling him having a good part of the race. I'm not sure how that finished. Oh, Kenneth Ang has stolen it right at the end, Jared Ellis. He has come across the line with a 108.6 and pinched the purple lap. The Alpha Tauri driver saying no Haas supremacy this evening. Jin Bin Chong, driver of the day. We all agree with that up here. You absolutely got to pay that. Nice work from Jin Bin. You'll enjoy that one this week. Definitely capable of mixing it with the Tier 1 boys. And hey, he's only going to get quicker. Not only that, he also didn't qualify this evening. So who knows what he was capable of if indeed he started up inside the top 10. So that'll be
seeing him in Tier 1 next year.
Absolutely. No, he's definitely Tier 1 material now, that's for sure. There's Tier 1, of course, not immune to penalties, so it's not like there's anyone up there who's an angel. So he'll fit in just nicely, I reckon. That champagne is going to fit in that cup very comfortably because it's a beautiful big trophy that Zachary Smith is enjoying on the top step tonight. From pole, he did very nicely to lead the way. A little train behind him forming throughout the first and second stints, and we thought maybe they were just setting themselves up for a late attack on the great Zachary Smith, but he was well and truly in control of that race from start to finish, you would suggest. Never really looked in any doubt. Zekai Chu, P2, and Kyle Jackson, P3. Smith, Chu, and Jackson, 1, 2, 3. Not sure how common that has been this season, but I'm sure it would be probably the 4th or 5th time there'd be a small handful of them at least. Kenneth Ang pinching the purple lap there at the end. And unfortunately, Nathan Monks, Momo, and Balexis Owen, the DNFers this evening in Brazil. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. That's Tier 1 in the books. That's it. We're done and dusted. Tom Maloney, thank you very much for coming up here into Tier 1 and contributing your great wares. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for having me, Mr. JC.
Always a pleasure with you up here, mate. And it's always a pleasure with you, Jacob Weatherburn. I wouldn't have done it anyone else this season, and I'm glad we're going to finish it off together. So until next week, Jacob Weatherburn and chat, thank you.
Been an absolute pleasure, mate. Look forward to next week.
So do I. I'm not sure where we're off to next week, considering how upsy-daisy the schedule's been. I have no idea where we're going. Probably Saudi Arabia or Abu Dhabi. One of those two, I think. Looking forward to China at the end of the season. That'll be a nice little race as well. Of course, we've got Monza for the Sprint Series this week. The rookies on Tuesday, of course, coming first. And then the Sprint Series on Wednesday and Thursday at Monza. And then, as we discussed before, the VRS Pro Series for ACC kicking off as Asia Pacific's fastest drivers congregate on a Saturday night in the primetime slot. That's what we're looking forward to this week. So until then, my name's Jamie Conboy. Looking forward to seeing you next Sunday night. But have a safe week. Much love.